You got married when you were 22.
Mm-hmm.
Was that too early?
Well, no, actually, because I got pregnant 3 weeks after they got married. So if it had been any later, I would be in trouble.
In terms of the state of your maturity,
Well, my maturity at that point was that I wanted to change Pierre Trudeau's life into a happy life filled with patterned little feet and good food and good conversation and warmth.
you think you've done that?
No, I didn't succeed. He didn't want a parent. He wanted the children. He wanted the good food. And he wanted the maybe he didn't want the warmth. As a healthy, wholesome, well brought up girl, I was a very good vessel to deliver three beautiful sons. In my mind, he thought it was a bit uneducated, so he proceeded to educate me.
Does that make you a thoughtless person?
No. You think all the time, but how seriously do you take your thoughts?
How seriously do you take yours?
Not very. I take very seriously my emotions and my instincts and my honesty and my integrity, but my thoughts, they play tricks.
Is that why people describe you as a scatterbrain amongst other people?
Yes. I don't know. Is it all the lovely people?
It's difficult to know whether they're talking to a strange wife
Strange life.
strange, or just a publicity seeking, very beautiful woman who doesn't really know what you want.
No.
No, you're not done. But sometimes you do get the impression that you really don't know what you're about or what you're doing. Do you? Will you go on like that? Are you trying to be outrageous right there?
Yes. Well, because I'm just kind of bored with people who want to label me as being this or this or this or this. Yes, I'm this now. It's like all the blame, please. Because, like, I've got I know who I am, and I know what I care about, and I love it.
And you're a little afraid of being
I'm not afraid of being normal. I know it's just not possible because I don't know what normal is. Normal usually bores me. I'd like to be peaceful. I like to be happy. I like to sleep at night. I like to eat well. I like to kiss and hug my children. Normal. I mean, I'm not a girl being really normal.
how are you going to go on like the way you are
I'm not confusing anybody. That's their trip. I'm not confused. If people are confused, well then be confused. That's your way, babe. Think a little bit about yourself and your own freedom and whether you're free to make choices and whether you're free to care enough to sacrifice something for something else.
Is that what you think you did? You sacrificed one lifestyle for the sake of your own freedom.
Yes, not only my own freedom, but for the happiness of my family.
You think that walking out on the country made that possible?
Yes, I shouldn't walk out. He helped me to do it. He isn't like most men. He's a tall, loving, good, kind, supportive fellow who is, like all men, just doesn't understand the beauty.
I suppose that's too bad, but I certainly wouldn't tell Margaret not to go at any rock concerts at the Stone or anywhere else. And she wants to go to the rock concert. We're going to some together here in the Arts Centre.
That's John's job.
But that did it.
Oh, definitely. I really wanted to say this.
And it's just gone.
Mm-hmm. No. I just questioned, like any child at 17 who their parents are going to be arguments. I don't care. I just want to be free. I mean it. My parents have done up Margaret. I have worked so hard. You have a lovely home, a swimming pool. You have you're going to university. Why? You want to live by yourself in a basement suite. And why aren't you studying economics, getting your trade? why are you so weird? I said, because I am who I am. And I must be. And I am like a 17-year-old as I am now. I have to be me. Okay, be you. But please be careful.
Why do people let me careful?
Well, people who want to get you from behind. Oops.
Not just a little bit hard.
Not anymore. I gave up paranoia. The same day I gave up guilt.
What do you think?
No, I gave it up.
What did you think?
Oh, everything. Guilty. Just, gosh, even just guilty. Feeling sexy when I shouldn't feel sexy. Feeling unsexy when I should feel sexy. Feeling guilty because maybe I'm not the soup doesn't have enough salt. Maybe I let my husband down. Guilt. Then again, hey, maybe I'm okay. You know, maybe I've got friends who love me and I love them, and maybe the birds sing, the trees grow, and maybe it's all okay.
Do you think that her activities are damaging? Well, the short answer to that is no. And if it does, I don't care. Ruth, I don't care. There's nothing I'm going to do about it. You know, if she loses me a couple of votes because of that, well, I'm sorry, but I don't expect Margaret to stop over and to visit friends in New York just because some people will be misled into thinking that she's not behaving well.
And then I sat back one day and I smoked this terrible thing that I swore I would never touch. And I listened to Strawberry Fields Forever, and suddenly it all made sense. It was all real. We're here to learn, to give, to listen, to touch, to be. You
So
know,
it's like a sign of God.
and be this.
The big
Yeah. Strawberry Fields Forever. Where are you there? They showed your troubled waters. I should say you need water pictures there, you know?
Her approach to mother, like her approach to most others, is an odd mixture of naive wisdom and amazing short-sightedness. She sees her three sons, Justin, Sasha, and Michelle, for 5 days every 2 weeks.
And sometimes I'm cross with them. But I know what's there.
Do you think that what you've done, choosing the sort of life that you've chosen to lead, is going to make things very, very difficult for your children?
No, I think it's going to make it wonderful for them. So far, they think Mama's wonderful. Don't you think it's about time we redefined human relationships? Haven't we really messed up a lot of people's lives with our old-fashioned values, our old-fashioned laws? You know, aren't we in the generation that should practice what we preach? You
Is there a level of life for me?
know? How many? Is there a love in my life?
Is there a man? Especially.
Yes.
Any gifts?
No.
Some will find that sort of smiling. Does that bother you if you don't have a private life?
Right now, I do.
How long does
Mm.
the way you think about it, it's very important. It's very easy to get the impression that you're preoccupied.
Yes, boy crazy. Now it's man crazy, love crazy, children crazy. Just love to love.
Tell us about some of the men that you connect with you about. Whose names you connect with you?
You tell me.
Who's Charlie?
Oh, wow. He's my brother. See, I'm his older brother. Yeah, older than he is. And we've only ever met officially. We've always never been alone for 1 second. Although we had hidden behind a menu for a moment. He's wonderful. Oh, he's a terrible guy. He's so big and so funny and strong and brave. And brave. Oh, that's great.
When you were with her, you would have met.
Many times. You know,
Do you think if the moment through that we know now, right, that's about that was the problem
if I had an invitation.
for that?
Yeah, I'm very polite. I need an invitation.
Could you imagine your life
Um,
with all that sex, drugs, and rock and roll if you're associated.
Well, they might think I might be a bad example, but mind you, they still think I'm a nice person. You know, and they know that I've got a lot of support. Prince Charles just after I left Pierre, Prince Charles wrote me another letter from Kenya saying he's battling, he understands what I've done. And he's battling at every frontier for my name and my honor. Well, what woman could be luckier than to have a fine prince defending her honor?
You're a rebel.
Completely. Tell her. I believe in it so much. I'm so tired of boring, flat, rational, business-like kind of life.
But don't you think that other people have to make compromises to meet the sort of demands you make?
Everyone has to make compromises, but don't make them too often, please. And don't make big compromises, please. They're not worth it, man.
What's the greatest compromise you make?
Sitting here talking with you.
Hello, I'm Miss Evans. Thanks for watching. To keep up with the latest from 60 Minutes Australia, make sure you subscribe.
Here we are with our own little midnight rambling Margaret Trudeau. This is a book, by the way. It's called Beyond Reason. I've read this book. It's as honest a book about someone in public life as you will probably ever read, I would suspect. There's not a lie in this, is
No.
no. You can tell. Because, as you said, the lawyer said the only person who could be sued from this book would be you could sue yourself.
Yes, the defamation of character.
Let's talk about some of the people that your paths crossed with. For example, you tell, to stay with the Nixons, I was really surprised at what Pat Nixon did up in Canada. And I think that's a story worth telling. When she rushed in.
But I have another story about Pat Nixon, not this story, because
Okay.
that one wasn't very nice. But I remember
Should just
during the
basically say
David
what
Frost
happened on the
during the David Frost interviews. I don't know if it happened in America, but it happened in Canada. David Frost turned to President Nixon, I guess he wasn't president then, Mr. Nixon, and said to him, "Now, what about Pat?" And he said, and he went on for a good 7-8 minutes, and there was a thing, technical failure, do not adjust your sets.
Oh.
And then it came back on, and that was it. And then they went on to another subject. So she
I didn't
didn't
know
even get, this happened up in Canada on the network. She didn't get any kind of recognition. I mean, that was her moment when he was saying good things about her and how supportive she'd been and what a help. And she was a great help to him. She
No,
worked
that's-
overtime.
I've always had a very positive feeling
Yes,
about her.
very
That's
much.
why,
I think she was very much a victim. Very much a victim.
for certain. And that's why I was so surprised about this.
Oh no, but this story was just, that was part of the Nixon's idea of the historical importance of their being president and president's wife. She wanted everything recorded, and she asked to come over and see my baby, who was just new, and I was very nervous, and she wanted all the press to come in. We'd only allow the press in our house, and then she said, well, just one for history, just one photographer. Well, she never lifted up her coffee. She didn't talk. She just posed and then left. And I sort of felt afterwards that it was just another photographic session. But I think that was because they were really caught up in the historical importance of every move they made, which I think history has unfolded. And shown that was Nixon's preoccupation.
The reason I was so taken aback, I thought they were just trying to use you for publicity purposes
Yes.
and hold up your baby.
Yes, no, that's what it
That was
was.
part of it too.
Yes, well, that's what I mean.
I see.
Yeah.
How did you feel comfortable when you were, most of the time, it's a generalization, but when you were at state dinners, like when you went to the White House, when you were in China, when you were dealing on this high level, did you ever really enjoy yourself?
Oh, I had a lot of fun.
What are the happy memories? The ones where you transcended the protocol, where it didn't make any difference? With Cuba, be one, with Castro?
Oh, yes, we had a lovely time in Cuba. Wonderful. He never would get ready to go out, and he'd come to pick us up, and he'd say, "Where's Mish?"
So,
And my foreman told me, "Well, he's up with the nanny. Well, bring him." And then he got furious because I had him in a little one of these English romper suits, and he told me to change it because that's no clothes for boys. And he took a tremendous interest in the baby, and the baby went everywhere with us. We have these wonderful photographs where he's got this on his fatigues, whatever it is he wears, a big patch of saliva from the baby drooling.
So that was good. That was,
Yeah,
you
it's
felt the
very
immediate
very
good
warm.
response
Yes,
to.
it's at a 1-to-1, kind of.
And what about the spearfishing party?
Oh, that was very, very, very exciting. I wasn't going to be allowed to go because they felt it was very Pierre and Castro were going to go out to have some private talks for a night at a sort of unknown destination. And it was very rough, sort of a radar military camp and on the sea. And I wasn't going to be allowed to go. Instead, I was going to go and see a Canadian ballet in Havana. Well, I can see lots of Canadian ballets in Canada. But the Canadians said just no way, that the baby and I would be an inconvenience. There was no place for us. And so at lunchtime, Premier Castro turned to me and he said, "Why aren't you coming?" And I said, "Well, the Canadians won't let me." He said, "Aren't you a photographer?" I said, "They think I'll be in the way, that I have no function. Aren't you a photographer?" I said, "Mm-hmm." He said, "Well, then, we're not having any press up there. You come and take pictures. You're working." And when I got up there, they had a bedroom for me with every single bit of layup equipment and bed, nanny, the whole thing. And we had the most extraordinary evening. Pierre went out with him, and they spearfished and caught the whole dinner in the sea, and they cooked it on the barbecue. There was no electricity. They sort of hooked up a generator, and we had a discussion at a table where everyone was included, our policeman, the nanny, the cook. Everyone sat around this table. Mind you, there was the advantage that Pierre spoke Spanish, so that they were arguing in Spanish, and it was just about 3 weeks before it became publicly known that the Cubans were as well as in Angola, and so there was a tremendous argument between them about this, and it was a very intense, lovely evening, very.
Could you generally participate in discussions like that if you want
Yes,
to?
he would. At several times, he turned to me. He gave me the credit of turning to me and translating for me what was going on and asking my opinion. He even asked the nanny's opinion on problems of being free in an unfree world.
Now, if Cuba was the high, or one of the highs, it was good, would the low, in terms of being comfortable, would that have been France? Would you?
Yes, indeed.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say it, but I found that the French can be the most arrogant people in the world if they want to be.
I think the women were jealous of you. That's my theory.
Yes.
I'm reading the book, the way they treated you. You were younger by 20, 25 years in these
Yes, and the French believe very much that they have the corner on elegance, on taste and sophistication, and that their civilization is one of the highest civilizations in the world. And we've always had a problem in Canada because we have a French-speaking population, and that is quite different from the French-speaking from France. It's Quebecois. It's got a very sort of North American spirit to it. At the same time, it's French-speaking, although their language is a bit different. But this was our first visit to France. Official visit since de Gaulle had got up and sort of destroyed our country by yelling at Expo, Vive Quebec Libre, which was just, so incredibly, wrong of him to do that we broke off sort of diplomatic relations. And this was the first time I went back. And there was a sort of they just made me feel terribly uncomfortable, like I didn't belong and that they weren't kind.
And you were insecure with your French, which
Yes.
would be the same for me if I was
Yes.
trying to use my French.
Yes, and they treated me like a sort of a young child. Yes, but perhaps I should have been treated as that. But I found that the heaviest. And as well, I had just come out of being through tremendous emotional problems, so perhaps I wasn't as sound as I could have been, and I took more offense. I was a bit more paranoid than I normally am.
But you had a great time in China. Well, let's take a break. We'll continue. I'm curious what you think is going to be happening in the election. Pierre Trudeau is running May 22nd. His seat is on the line. His position, his office is on the line. How do you think he's going to do?
Oh, I imagine he's going to do very well.
You're confident?
Yes. Yes. He's the only choice.
If you were to lose, would that totally change your future as of the next morning, insofar as the man who is your husband would no longer be in the public office, would no longer have the security, would no longer have the protocol? You could consider we have a private
I
life.
think I have an awful lot of work to do. Yes, at home, you know, to not to yeah.
With 3 children,
Yes.
but you're confident he's going to do.
Oh, yes.
If he lost, would you feel guilty at all that you
I
had any
think that I
culpability?
think that people would like to blame me,
Yeah.
but I don't think that they can get away with that.
Well, as I read it in Canada, you are not part of the issue.
No, I don't think so at all.
I've done some reading.
No, it's quite another issue. It's a question of national unity.
Yeah, you might actually get more blame in the American press or international press than you would at home. Let me shift to the audience. Hello. Where are you from? Northern Africa? New York City.
New York City.
Okay.
Yes, I had a question. The way you wear your hair and the way you dress and everything is very free, and it goes very much along with your type of personality, the way you are now. Did you find that while you were in the position of being his wife, that you were repressed and that you had to maintain a certain image that you just rejected
I
totally?
just never understood it. I found myself getting so matronly,
Because
destroying
you
my
look
hair,
younger
that
now
kind of
than you do. I mean, than you do in photographs
No, I
and
found
any of the show,
really wanting to please, and yet not knowing how.
because it wasn't really you.
Because it wasn't part of me, you know. Now I feel free just to wash my hair or wear whatever I want.
Yeah, you look great too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret, we both share similarity in terms of being the same generation and some similarity in the same experiences right, in the 60s. What do you think about the traditional roles? Husband, wife, children, fidelity, monogamy, whatever. Do you think that we are evolving in a really totally different direction, or do you feel pretty much it's still the same old story, that in spite of the 60s, which you write about with such conviction, in spite of this whole experience, people are pretty much going to end up having the same family structure we had?
I hope that we're actually going to get away from this sort of alienated nuclear family and get back more to the bigger extended family, because I think that we really need all the world is so difficult and complex that we need all the support and help from everyone in our family around us. I hate to see the nuclear family. I hate to see marriage breakdowns. I believe very much in true love and in commitment and in fidelity and all of that. If there is a two-way thing, you know.
What do you want for yourself now, having had a family at a young age, right? Having gone through, still being involved technically in a marriage. If I could have you on a future talk show, say, 10 years from now, what would you like to be able to say that you did in the 80s?
In the future.
Yeah, in the
Well, I
next
hope
10
that
years.
I lived my life out the best that I could, that I gave my children, which I have with me forever, the best that I can give them, the best in terms of encouragement to be free and strong and healthy and committed to the values of freedom. I hope that I'll be able to also say that I've done something useful in the world.
What form do you think it would take? Might it be acting, might it be photography, or is there something else you have on your mind?
Well, I'm fascinated with the world, obviously, the world of communications and media and all of that. I think I would like to work, as you were saying earlier, to try and take, sort of use the whole media sensationalism and direct it towards, causes a sort of.
Well, what do you care about? For example, there's a photograph of you with Margaret Mead in the book, right? And that had something to do with clean air and clean water,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
If someone came to you and said, we're going to back you
Mhm.
as a political force
Mhm.
for change, all you have to do is pick what you want to try to change. What would it be?
Well, the first thing, of course, would be to clean up the water of the world and to take, I think, Barbara Ward's solution of just 10% of each country's defense budget in order to clean up the water, because what we're growing in the world, in the underdeveloped and developing countries, because of the impure water, I mean, it's like drinking, excuse my language, a glass. We're getting tremendous mental retardation. We're getting children who are growing up who are not going to be strong, useful survivors. They're going to be very troubled, aggressive, emotionally limited people. And if we can't give just clean water to our world's children, what can we give them? And I would also like to work very much with mental illness, having gone through so much torment myself. I know how it feels, and I just think that there's just so much that we can do to help people get their feet back on the ground and trust themselves and have self-esteem, to love instead of to fear.
The one thing you could do in future interviews, you know, when people want to use you, right? They want to have Margaret Trudeau on their program, and they want to get a picture of Margaret Trudeau, they want to talk to you, would be to make certain that you include in future interviews, you know, some of your statements, in the way Jane Fonda does. I couldn't have Jane Fonda on this show just to talk about her career, just to talk about her. She would slip it in somehow. You know, it would come in, and in a way, maybe you could do that as well. And it's in terms of mental health, how do you feel now? Do you feel you've had a catharsis and you feel happy and peaceful for the most part?
Yes. No, I really feel very, very sound, very happy, and very confident and positive. I don't feel ugly and hurt and torn and wounded anymore. And that was only with the help of my friends, with the help of the people who cared.
And
And that's
also
all you need.
the
you know?
process of writing the book.
Yes.
Well, this is the book, and I've already made a couple statements about it, so I won't belabor the point. It's Paddington Press, it's Beyond Reason, and it's by Margaret Trudeau. And I thank you for your openness, your honesty, and everything else that you have this afternoon.
As the young wife of Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, Margaret Trudeau captivated the country. She brought glamour to 24 Sussex Drive. They soon had 3 sons, Justin, Alexandre, and Michel. But behind the scenes, Margaret felt isolated and alone. The marriage was crumbling. The media pounced as she made international headlines dancing at New York's notorious Studio 54, partying in Toronto with the Rolling Stones.
So a lady goes to a rock concert. I don't think she can be faulted for disappointing the Canadian people.
Eventually, they divorced. Years later, they came together in public grief when their youngest son, Michel, died in an avalanche in BC. Justin was out of sight again 2 years later, and it was time to bid farewell to Pierre Trudeau. About a decade ago, Margaret revealed she'd been diagnosed as bipolar and became a very public advocate for mental health.
There's hope, there's future, there's joy.
And when Justin Trudeau won last Monday's election, she was back in the political spotlight, creating yet another iconic moment, this time between mother and son.
Hi, Rick. Hi. Oh, nice to see you. I'm still celebrating, so you're going to get a circle of joy from me.
I sat down with Margaret Trudeau earlier in Toronto.
So lovely to this chat. I'm looking forward to it. Really? Yeah. It's because I really am not going to be the source for all of you of all the gossip of Justin and Sophie's life. I already made one mistake. I announced a little too early about people not voting with anybody for Justice, but I thought it was it's been over for years.
Did you get in trouble?
Like, who's going to get me through that?
So you thought that was on the record?
I'm not part of it.
The photo of you, there's so many beautiful and memorable photos of you and your family, but the photo of the night of his victory, where you're touching each other's faces, I mean, we look so happy, but there's concern too.
He's my boy, and he's on the biggest baby stuff. It was an excellent exploit. We already celebrated the fact that we had this huge majority. We were waiting a long time before he came out to make his speech, so it all sunk in. But I think it's the moment he realized that he has it now. It's on his shoulders. It's for him. And the one thing I want to say is, I hope Canadians understand not only that extraordinary gratitude that they trusted Justin and his team, but it's your participation. It isn't going to be a constructive, proactive effort, as he promised in his campaign, and that means that we don't just sit back and forget about the Democratic fight that we have ahead of us to get the country where we need it.
During the campaign, it was kind of negative. How was that hard on you?
I did. I've been through it. I have 5 children. I've been through children
being bullied, watching adults being bullied, watching people being victimized, watching people trying to make themselves grander by pushing down anyone standing next to them. It's bullying as far as I can see. So I don't like that tactic. Certainly my hair never, like, we didn't do that kind of tactic then. It wouldn't be heard of. They were gentlemen. They were mannered. And this is not mannered. This is not good character. This is slick, cheesy politics that the Canadians, I don't think, want. I think we didn't attack as the Liberal side. We didn't do personal attacks. And yet we want a huge majority. What does that say? Because they always told us, no, attack as work. And for a long time, everybody didn't think Justin was ready. Yay. I'm glad that they didn't think he was ready. Because we had a real chance to prove to people through the free debates, through meeting them, through all that he did for the campaign, to show them how they're doing it well. So what they tried to be something we were even positive. But I think that when you're belittling somebody because of their race, their hair, their clothes, anything that's personal is unforgivable in politics. We should only be criticizing other politicians and parliamentarians for their thoughts, for what they want to put into action, their policies. And that's the level that Parliament has to get back to. And where we all work together as well. And I think Justin's a champion of bipartisan politics. This 8 years he's been in Parliament, he has developed friendships and good mentoring with all parties, because that's how they should be working. Now that they've got our vote, get together and build our country, please.
During that period when so many people were arguing that Justin's just not ready, a lot of journalists wrote that he's Margaret's son and Pierre's son.
It was, how is that? And the other compounds. You know what I think about that? It's that obviously it's easy to just define Pierre and I. He was reason and logic behind passion and freedom. No, we're both a little bit of the other, and I certainly was raised in a certain reason and logic as well. He had such a fine mind, disciplined mind. Justin has the best of both of us. I think he's got my love, I have my spirit, my loving embrace.
So is this a victory for your style of living?
But I didn't do it alone. No, it's not. It's giving the children a chance to have both. To know how to have fun, how to be warm and kind, how not to be greedy, how not to be putting, letting money follow behind you in your life. Grabbing. There's a lot of things that we learn about service. Change the ways about giving instead of taking. So I think that Justin is in this but I think he's a very good all on his own. He may have my hair. Oh, that's good. He certainly didn't have his dad's.
In one of the profiles written about your son just before the election, there was something about how at one point he asked his father, what if I ever decide to go into politics? And it sounds like it was an unsatisfied, like it wasn't like you do this and then you do this. Was there ever, do you think?
It's sad because, well, of course, Justin perhaps, as people say, looking back, that his beginning moment, the turning point in his life, in his trajectory, was at his father's funeral. So that's the end of his father's life when he becomes the master. And he was a young man. He looked back at him as his face friend. But he's still unformed. He's still in studying university. He's not taken on his life yet. But certainly following his father's guidance, I wouldn't say even footsteps of our parents, because they had a different path. He just got to be the best he could be in whatever he took on. And he took on being a parliamentarian very seriously.
You revealed how you were diagnosed with bipolar and so on, and now you speak publicly about this. It used to be such a taboo.
Well, that's why I had to get out there, because no one would talk about it. Even my family was like that. And I just didn't understand it because it wasn't there. It just wasn't just. Because we were as sick as anybody with a physical illness. And yet we had no comfort or sympathy from others. We had pushed away and that's on the outside and not given the support. What you need when you have a mental illness, instead of being pushed away and ridiculed and hidden up in the attic, is you need to be pulled close and to be helped brought back into your life, out of the mental illness, get your brain health sorted with the wonderful pharmaceuticals and the science, the neuroscience of the brain is extraordinary now. The new stuff is amazing. We didn't know it was new. And now you can get back your life. You really can. It's a process and it's hard. But you can do it.
Before you knew what your medical issues were, you used to self-medicate.
Oh yeah. All my life.
Even at 24
I don't know. You try and alter your state yourself. So of course if you're someone who has an impact on life because of the chemical imbalance causes depression, you can't. You have no fire in your brain. You have no spark. You have no interest. You will reach for something at hand to change your mood if you can. Usually it's alcohol. In my generation, we love to have wacky tobacco.
Well, that's what I thought was, right? This is this new plan to legalize pot. You used to smoke a lot of pot. You said it was part of it.
It is something that did help my brain to get out of such deep depression. Now, what is really, really important, and I'm not here to talk about Justin's policies or what he's going to do in the government, but I will say this. I know for science that to smoke pot before 18 is very dangerous to your brain. You won't have your best life. You won't
So you're
accomplish
not
your best.
telling
So
people
you
not to
must,
smoke pot.
you must not. I'm not telling people what to do. Anyway, who am I to tell you? Not my style and not the way. I'm not advocating anything one way or the other. I certainly advocate not to criminalize people who possess pot. It's like people criminalizing for me with the way I think about, the excessive binge drinking. It's like someone criminalizing you for doing Jello shots at 2 o'clock.
You've seen me.
So I don't know. It's about healthy choice as adults. It's not about and making pot available to children. In fact, it should turn it around so that there is really second sober thought about that. It's not benign pot for children. It is not. It can be very hard.
It's been lovely to meet
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Long before Canada and the world swooned over Justin Trudeau, there was the father, Pierre Elliott Trudeau. He blasted onto the national political stage in the mid-1960s, became prime minister in '68, and went on to become the third longest-serving PM ever. 2 new books recall the man and the time and offer remarkable context for today. We are pleased to welcome their authors to our studio today, Paul Lynn, professor of history, Carleton University, and the author of Trudeau-mania, and Robert Wright, professor of history, Trent University's Durham campus, and the author of Trudeau-mania, The Rise to Power of Pierre Elliott Trudeau. Gentlemen, welcome. First question is pretty obvious. We didn't rock, paper, scissors over who gets to call it Trudeau-mania, so you both decided to call it Trudeau-mania?
This is the absolute challenge of Canadian history. Except you can't do it blindfolded.
This is the zeitgeist.
The zeitgeist.
Yeah.
Okay. Robert, admittedly a rather predictable question to start off with, but it seems like the right place to start. A lot of excitement a year ago over Justin Trudeau's election as Prime Minister. How reminiscent was that experience to what happened in 1960?
Well, I think it was quite different. People have forgotten, I think, that Justin Trudeau, even 3 weeks before his electoral victory, was never his contenders. That was never true for Pierre. Pierre was always the front runner, and even his opponents said, "This is a fait accompli, barring the unforeseen." So Pierre Trudeau rode the crest of Trudeau-mania into power. Justin was lagging in a third place party. Nothing was a foregone to him.
Good point. When he won the leadership, he became Prime Minister right away.
Yes, he did.
Pierre
Yeah,
Trudeau.
in April, that's right.
1968 versus 2015 for you.
Well, what Robert said is true, but I think they both benefited from the kind of pent-up desire for change. And it was generational change, too. They were both seen as youthful, and the guys who were in were seen as passive.
This generation, Robert, obviously knows Justin Trudeau, but they may not know anything about his dad, other than he had the same last name.
Right.
So tell us about the guy. What was he like?
The guy, well, he was born in 1919 He was of draft age in World War II, but didn't fight. Came out of NAPSH. Well, he claimed it was because he was conditioned to think in the ways of French Canadian nationalists. It wasn't their fight. So he came out of a nationalist milieu. He lost his father at the age of 15, became a millionaire, got a very high-flying Ivy League education, was multilingual, was, in my opinion, kind of introverted, very self-confident, loved books, and was a leading Quebec intellectual at a time when Maurice Duplessis was premier and in need of being challenged. So that's how I see it.
And Paul, I gather, part of the reason Trudeau happened is because Pierre Trudeau was so different from everything that had come immediately before him. How so?
He was this extraordinary amalgam of style and substance. People thought he was progressive because of signs like his lifestyle, where he was this bachelor playboy type. On top of that, though, he got very firm opinions and based opinions on Quebec and its place in Confederation. He was a stalwart defender of federalism. So he had both things going for him. He looked like a man who could be an agent of change for Canada at the same time as he was preserving national unity.
I do remember him saying, "My last name may be Trudeau, but my mother's maiden name was Elliott, and I'm an Elliott too." And she was English. He did seem to encapsulate the sort of perfect coming together of English and French in one guy in some respects. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say, although one of the aspersions that stuck to him was that he didn't really belong anywhere, that he was both French Canadian and fluently accented English as well, and that sort of outsider status tended to stick with him, and I think that does him a disservice. I think that idea that he was not really at home anywhere is one of those things that he worked really hard at.
What was the media's role in creating this whole image of super sexy Pierre Trudeau in 1968?
Well, the media, particularly the national press gallery, was more attuned to the concerns of the body politic than the average Canadian. So they functioned as kind of a distant early warning system. They knew about the Quebec problem. They were concerned about Americanization. They were generally very nationalistic and wanted Canada to update itself to modernize. So when they were getting impatient with the Pearson regime and the old bickering between Pearson and Diefenbaker, they were kind of looking around for a man who would represent a new era for Canada. And Trudeau quickly emerged as that person through a combination of, as I said earlier, style and substance. There was this incident in the House of Commons where he came in wearing an ascot and wearing sandals for the vote, which outraged Diefenbaker, who thought it was reaching decorum and an insult to the House. And that brought him to attention at a time when, mod stylings were predominant in Canadian and North American culture. And people thought, hey, this is a guy with it. And at the same time, in the same summer, he was developing a plan for constitutional rule for Canada, one that would preserve federalism against claims for special status for Quebec.
There were some contradictions in Pierre Trudeau, and I want to pull a clip from your book. I want to pull an excerpt from your book here, so let's talk literature, not television for a second. Here we go. Paulette writing in Trudeau Mania. Nevertheless, many inconsistencies coexisted at the heart of Trudeau Mania. Trudeau, the anti-nationalist, became the darling of Canadian nationalists. Trudeau, the advocate of individual freedom, was raised to power by groupthink. Trudeau, the rational advocate of functional politics, rode an emotional wave of support into office. Trudeau, the devout liberal Democrat, generated a cult of personality, redolent of atavistic longings for a strong man. Okay, you've looked at it. How do you explain all these inconsistencies?
Well, Canadian nationalism latched on and made of him something that he wasn't necessarily himself. Because he had all these admirable characteristics and he seemed to fit what was required for the nation at the time, they projected a lot onto him, a lot of ambitions that they had for Canada. And Trudeau himself, was known to be an anti-nationalist, and still he couldn't do anything about it when Canadian nationalists came up as the agent of change to modernize the nation.
How do you help explain the guy who cared so much about individual rights and the state has no business in the bedrooms of the nation, the father of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, somehow over a period of a night or two, Quebec ends up putting 500 people in jail without charges because of the October crisis. Explain that.
Well, that's a tough one. I guess it's because Trudeau's conviction was that the stability of the state overrode challenges, and that mingled with his deep aversion to Quebecois nationalism, cinched it for him, clinched it for him. He simply wasn't going to buy violent response, violent radical expression of nationalism or separatism in Canada.
That was the first 2 years into his prime ministership, but in 1968, the year he got elected, which we have to add was a horrible year south of the border, right? This is Bobby Kennedy assassinated, Martin Luther King assassinated, here comes Trudeau. What were the big issues in 68? Oh, I should read Canada.
In Canada?
Yeah.
Well, the case that I make is that there was only one issue. It wasn't necessarily Trudeau, and it wasn't anything that he sloganized, even including the Just Society, which is the phrase that he's most remembered for. My sense of the period is that Canadians were on edge, very anxious, because the previous September 1967, as Expo 67 faded into the rearview mirror, René Lévesque left the Liberal Party, formed what would become the P2, gave a kind of separatist urgency to everything that was happening in Quebec. And Canadians found themselves in the spring of 1968 in a full-blown national unity crisis. That's the case I make.
Do you agree that by 1968, it's a year after our centennial celebration, where we're on top of the world and feeling fantastic about ourselves, that in some respects Pierre Trudeau English Canada's answer to tamping down Quebec nationalism?
In a very broad sense, some people know his policy and know it intimately and agree with it. Others just get an impression that he's going to solve the national unity crisis. Still others think, well, this is great, he's going to put Quebec in its place. So
he always said, yes, I'm going to put Quebec in its place, and its place is really Canada.
Well, exactly. And the context in 68 is one of, it's very emotional. And there are these contrasting emotions of hope and fear. Hope that Canada can make something of itself, modernize and get through this period and find itself. There's this idea that Canada is coming of age. And there's all this peaceful kingdom theory floating around, contrasting Canada and the United States and all the problems it's having at the time, ghetto riots, Vietnam, and political assassinations. So Canadians are very smug about the opportunity that they have to become a better democratization of North America. And at the same time, they're threatened internally by Quebec separatism. And so it's kind of this whipsaw of hope and fear that's working on people. And Trudeau embodies the solution.
He embodies the solution. Let me follow up with you on that, Robert, because we were all alive for 1967 for Centennial, and it was amazing. But I think anybody who's sort of under the age of 50 is not going to have any first-hand recollection of that. Has there been anything subsequent to 1967 in those intervening years that younger Canadians or newer Canadians could potentially relate to and say, I guess it was something like that, eh?
I can't either. In fact, my only recollections of analogies date from the same period. The Canada-Russia series, thinking rather backhandedly about responses when nationalism was threatened. The Free Trade Bill of 1988 comes to mind. The 9/11, of course, the existential threat to any Western democracy. Yeah. But there's nothing really in line with what
those international hockey victories are interesting because nationalism is gratified not just by internal unity but by external recognition. So things like those hockey victories bring Canada international acclaim. It's the best of this sport in the world, and it's normal Canadian identity but hockey. It's the same thing with Expo 67. Expo 67 won international acclaim. Canadians were really chuffed with the status they were getting international from. And Trudeau was like that. Other nations were saying, look at that trendy name. You heard that maybe? And Canadians were really proud to have somebody who gave them international status.
It's interesting. Pierre Trudeau and Justin Trudeau would be probably the only two Canadian leaders of the last 75 years that anybody outside of Canada would know. That's probably fair to say.
The only two who can go shirtless and get away with it.
Well, it's another issue. But let's, on this anniversary, on this first anniversary anyway, of the third Prime Minister's victory, let's look back at the similarities between father and son. Were there any?
Oh, sure. If you look beneath the admittedly very attractive surface of Justin Trudeau, you've got Pierre's son, when asked to state his basic political principles in 25 words or less. It's vintage Trudeau. The nation should never be the basis of the state, and collective rights should never trump the rights of the individual. He's also said we're the children of the Charter, which is interesting. I'm the child of Pierre, but we're all children of the Charter. So I think at a deep level, and we'll see more of this now that he's heading into his second year and having to make some tough decisions and starting to alienate some of the own constituencies that he brought together in that coalition. I think we're going to see him emerge more like Pierre.
How would father and son be different?
Well, Trudeau is known to be aloof.
Which one?
Pierre, thank you. And Justin's very touchy-feely, I think. But it's interesting when you think about it, look back to that boxing match. Think of all the training he did to pull that off, the son, and the effortless mastery that came through training. And he did the same for the debates in 2015 election year. Very much like his father in that way. It might look easy, but it's a lot of work because
But just to follow up on what you said, the touchy-feely, deep personal connection that he was able, his son, to have with people, that's more his mother than his father, right?
Could be. We haven't seen as much of his mother in the media, so I wouldn't be able to judge that. The interesting thing about the attraction of the father, though, was that aloofness found people wanting more. And so even though he was aloof and some people would condemn him as arrogant, it was still alluring in a way.
Gotcha. Okay. Excerpt from your book, if you may. Canadian conservatives disparaged Trudeau circa 1968 as the worst sort of socialist, kind who imposed his collectivist fantasies on his own people by stealth. Canadian left nationalists dismissed Trudeau as a laissez-faire liberal who did nothing to counter the rapacious American takeover of Canada. Quebec nationalists hold Trudeau almost single-handedly responsible for la fin de rêve canadien, the end of the Canadian dream. It is not unusual to read in even the most erudite Trudeau scholarship the aspersion that Pierre Trudeau felt no genuine sense of belonging to either Quebec or Canada, and was thus all the more dangerous for having been a perennial outsider. We have to tackle this. Robert, he's been dead 16 years.
Yes.
Pierre Trudeau.
Yes.
He's been out of office for 32. There's still a lot of hatred in the land for this
There
guy.
is.
Why is that?
I'd like to know. Actually, the genesis of my book was to try to come to grips with that. There are books and articles and garden variety political rants on offer even now, which treat him as if he's still alive and as if he's still articulating that vision of Canada that we know so well as his. So I think if it boils down to one thing, it's the persistence of an idea of Canada. And it was uniquely his, and he defended it in power and out. He took it to the debate over Meech Lake in Charlottetown. He was persistent with it, and I think that's I think most of the prime ministers who follow fall into the category of good managers. But he was truly visionary, and people are still taking him on. That vision is still a target, and I think that's.
Well, as much as many people in Ontario and Quebec love Pierre Trudeau, I think there was a time in this country, maybe for about 30 years, where between Thunder Bay and British Columbia, the Liberal Party federally had 2 seats. And that was it, because Pierre Trudeau basically destroyed the Liberal Party in Western Canada for a couple of generations. Some of that still exists out there, doesn't it? You know why there's so much antipathy to Trudeau the father still in some pockets of this country?
Part of it, I think, is the belief in central Canada is obsessed with national unity at the expense of the other regions, and that they always get left out. But there's also this, when I'm looking at 1968, I see a real split there, a victory for the forces of modernity or for modernizing Canadians against traditional conservative Canadians. And although the cities voted for Trudeau in the West in 1968, the rural areas did not. And subsequently, you see the cities becoming more like rural areas in terms of their political alignments and resenting the center. And by that, they mean a modern Canada that Trudeau is associated with.
Let's finish up on this. You're both, I think, probably too young to really have any first-hand memories of Trudeau maybe in 1968, aren't you?
Yes.
Let's fess up. You both are, aren't you?
Always.
Way too young. So let's talk about, through the course of your research, whether or not you see any lasting effects of Trudeau mania from back then to today. Robert.
Lasting effects? Not particularly. I think the Canadian, I think Canada is a very difficult place to govern. I think it's possible that Pierre Trudeau, in the period 1965 to 1968, when he ceased to be a philosopher king, became a working politician. Yes, he was, but I think he might have underestimated that. That's not something that Justin has done. And I think this is a tough place to govern. And I think if there's something enduring about Trudeau mania, to go back to your earlier point, why it hasn't reproduced itself, why we don't see much evidence of that kind of thing, it's because this is a place that calls out for good management. And that's the kind of leadership we've had since Trudeau mania.
I remember you said it, that Canada's got too much geography and not enough history. So I think the claim, which makes it so hard to govern. All your final comments on this? Lasting effects of Trudeau mania?
Well, certainly his plan for national unity one end. It was a close-run thing, but at the moment it seems to fail. Who knows what the future? But the way I look at it is there's still a myth of Canadian identity that was formulated in the 60s and cemented through Trudeau mania, with him being the nationalist man and put into power. And that is continued. That myth prevails in the face of many realities on the ground that are contradicting that. There's never been a similar conjunction of the feisty spirit of the 60s and Canadian nationalism finding realization through, first of all, those national celebrations of the Centennial and Expo 67 and Trudeau mania. The neoliberal counter-revolution has been conspiring to change Canada for decades since. Has never had the ability to formulate an identity of Canada that has endured this long.
Gentlemen, thank you for coming in and talking about Trudeau mania, the original, not the 2.0 version, but the original from 1968. Paul Witt, Carleton University, Robert Wright, Trent University. Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Help TDO create a better world through the power of learning. Visit TDO.org and make tax-deductible donation today.
A day like any other unfolds in Ottawa. And at the Peace Tower, that means one flag is lowered and a new one is raised. It's a daily ritual. But this day is different. Guess who's going up to the top to make it all happen? These kids and their father, just hours from becoming Canada's 23rd Prime Minister. Remember your first time going up to?
No, I think my dad made us take the stairs because the that's in the tower. Because he didn't want to cut in line in front of the tourists who were visiting, so he made us go up the stairs, which was fun.
All the way to the bottom, all the way up.
Yeah. Oh, it was fine with my dad, fine with us. Probably a challenge for the RCMP guards or the staff following it.
Wow. Is there anything special about the new flag?
What's that?
Is there anything special about the new flag? In terms of family history, I think, or just a new flag?
Every flag is special.
And so starts the day for Justin Trudeau and the making of 23. Next up, into his new Parliament Hill office, home to the Prime Minister's before him, now his on this day one.
Voici le bureau de papa. Ça, c'est le bureau de grand-papa Pierre aussi.
You remember this?
Oh, it's totally different from what it was as a kid. It was lighter walls, less dark. My dad was there. But, there was a secret panel with a hidden TV behind there. It isn't there anymore. That I know.
Wasn't there used to be some kind of secret staircase too?
That's in the section of the yeah. No, those are just closets. No shelves.
Sometimes when you go from childhood to adulthood, things that you thought were big look much smaller.
Yeah. But this, it's fairly big. Bigger than the last stuff. I've never been one for big offices anyway. It's just for space to work and I'm fine. So I'll spend a lot of time under this office anyway.
Enjoy that. That was fun, eh?
Now we know it's up the top of the piece there.
Minutes later, jeans off, shirt and tie on, and a meeting with his senior staff to map out the day.
Yeah, one. God, I just can't believe I like it's yeah, people. Someone asked me last night if I was nervous. I mean, we've had 2 weeks of preparations and sort of getting things into place, and now finally we get to work, which is going to be fun. But to do it surrounded by people the way we got elected is the way. So.
In terms of your media interactions today, so we have collecting questions later today. We don't have it, but you do have the scrum freedom. So that's
Okay, so that's slightly different because we had thought maybe that I'd do the outs myself, but we decided to showcase the team.
yeah,
And I already had it. Right?
exactly. And you will learn go 15 minutes for your scrum every call.
Okay.
And it may go a little bit different at that point. So I will have you right in front of the round table for action, to and every call. So it's a great shot.
It's like quite frankly, I mean this is that scrum. I don't have. I mean the scrum's going to be mostly on the cabins, like, and they're going to ask me about a whole bunch of things that we haven't decided yet because cabinet hits this afternoon, right? So that's why I was thinking the cabinet outs might make more sense from my scrum. But if we can get the cabinet to do it, and then I'll just answer whatever questions they have as best we have. I mean, they know I don't have a lot of direct answers, but I'll do what I can.
We have one other small announcement today. Doing cabinet outs. We can talk about whether or not, I mean, I think it's an open question as to, is that the first question he actually gets?
Yeah, it'll
It
probably.
probably is.
But I like the idea of saying, yes, we're looking to return early December, but I'm going to confirm it with cabinet before we give an official announcement. We can give it to you right after cabinet. I think that's both consistent and it's open with
And reestablishing tradition of Christmas Day, which sounds like we've got a great and reestablishing their access to public officials.
Now, how is the response on doing it down for ages? I think that's
It's just
well, exactly, and I think let's just go out there so they can all be there. But
Everybody going up in those covers, yes.
That was one of the things I was gonna raise on this front of the gender parity argument.
I just frustrates me so. I mean, the people think they can still get away with the arguments that they're making now against this. I just
It would be best if you took seconds off the top of the table for this round. They're expecting that as well, so. Opening statement.
about the team, about the what we have to do, about change, about the extraordinary people who stepped up to serve. I mean, that's the thing. And in my mind, you know, you guys heard me a few times at the campaign saying I got this, but now they got this. Right? I mean, that's the sense I have now. You know, these people are probably it's a big deal. It's also
Yeah, and that's the thing, so if we talked about the between both the plans that came, now they go with another plan, I think they're gonna.
And then the questions will come in sort of more policy stuff, whether it's Syria or anything. We have all of this, and these are things that we're going to start discussing in cabinet, and the ministers will have things to say about that in the coming weeks, because they're going to be seized with a lot of very important files, but this isn't going to be on their environment. Okay, was it the commission cover?
You got about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
Should be okay there.
It'll be next update.
Before we leave his office, I spot something near his desk. It's a pen, an old one, that once belonged to Sir Wilfrid Laurier.
So the story of the Laurier came from.
Well, the Laurier pen has been passed on from leader to leader for a few years now, and we've had a lot of leaders over the past few years. But the idea is this was Wilfrid Laurier's pen, and we've now returned it to the Prime Minister's office. First time it's been back in the Prime Minister's office. And, it's starting in a couple of weeks.
Time to head to Rideau Hall for the swearing in. And the walk to the car takes us down the hallway reserved for former Prime Ministers' portraits.
I have a lot of work to do.
Earlier today, you touched the frame.
Okay. Eu vou passar ali. I don't know, I'm not a superstitious person, but the first time I walked past this picture on the way back from the speech from the throne after I got elected in 2008, I just touched the frame. Yeah, so I did it again this morning. For me, the big moment today when we saw it a couple hours ago, when we put up I put up the flag. Now I know that I put up the flag that will be flying at the moment that I became Prime Minister, and that's very cool. Right at the same time.
Yeah, that's slightly different color than you
Yeah, I can't believe it's to get there and to admit that the long individual see them all as it's going to be off the mercy of each other. Yeah, exactly.
How do you handle all
Whatever it is. How do you handle that? 'Cause that's not you.
No, but it is on a certain extent, to a certain level, I take it as a reminder of the responsibility in the office that I now hold. That it's bigger than me because it's me. My natural inclinations. It is something that is broader than that. This is this office that I now hold, this responsibility that I have goes beyond just me. It touches the country. And that's the angle that I take on. This isn't for me, this is for the Prime Minister. And that makes sense for me.
But constantly being surrounded by it is going to be.
Well, 100%. came and I rapidly realized with the small first staff that I had around me, I could focus on the things that I'm good at, that only I can do, and other people could do some of that. And more annoying stuff that people have to deal with.
But I guess the challenge for you was so much of your success through this campaign that just ended is that you've been sort of out there with them, whether it was selfies in the crowds, what have you. And now you're in the moment. And how do you stay true to that guy who's out there?
You say it's a challenge for me. It's not a challenge for me. It's a challenge for many people. Because for me, I know that my job is to stay connected to people and represent them well and serve them well. We can't do that from Watkins. And therefore, we're going to, and I'm going to make sure that there are lots of opportunities for me to meet with people, to be outside of this garden. A great example is what's going to happen this morning.
Part of today, big thing. That's right. How would you explain this to the family? Given your background, you've seen all this as kids, you walk all those halls.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm constantly now thinking of my father's example, my mother's example, not as being prime minister, but being a dad, dealing with kids going through this the way similar to what we had to. I know my father and mother worked extremely hard to keep us grounded, to keep us understanding respect, to know that even though we lived in a bigger house than most of our friends, that didn't make us any better. Indeed, it was a responsibility we had to live in this house, in that house, and that came with it an awareness and consciousness that I'm working very hard for our kids to understand.
It's a challenge there. You've mentioned your father a couple of times, and I've asked about him, and people do all the time, right? Did you ever talk to him about the possibility of this one?
We had one awkward conversation at one point while he was ill in his final months of 70, the last year of his life, where I said, okay, Dad, it's possible I might end up in politics one day. What do I need to know? And we ended up having a horrifically following conversation. Whatever. He said, well, what do you want to know specifically? I'm like, well, I don't know. If you want to do something that's the right thing, but banks and big businesses push back at you and they don't want you to do it, how do you deal with those kinds of pressures? I don't know what kind of pressures, but I can imagine a situation like that. And he sort of gave me an answer, and it was a really stilted conversation, a way we never had stilted conversations, rarely. And then I sort of realized that everything I ever needed to know about being prime minister, he had already taught me about being a good person.
Simply through his actions?
No, through his way he was as a father, how he raised us, how he raised us to be responsible, to be good, thoughtful, smart, well-meaning people. And that's.
He never said, don't do it, or
no, never anything like that. That wasn't the way. That wasn't what he was. He just wanted we lived up to our potential. And we were happy and complete in what we did.
This
is weird. I haven't been to samples like this. This is
not a home, but a home area for this one. Exactly. Right, well, good luck. Next hour, we'll be something. Okay. That's right. I will see you again after. I guess you have to wait till
T'es rentré dans la maison?
You guys are already in position. Look at this. Thank you.
Okay, don't get me going, okay? You've tried enough. Inside Rito Hall, the welcome includes the Governor General, the last conversation the two men have before the swearing in. Later, it was like going to camp when the new ministers and their leader hit the bus for the ride to their first cabinet meeting. That moment when we come back with our exclusive inside look at the day. The swearing in follows through on script. No slip-ups.
I, Justin P.J. Trudeau, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, her heirs and successors. So help me God.
Lots of cheering from the crowds inside and out. Not long after, a reception with many guests and many happy smiles.
Hey, Dave, my friend. Thank you.
And to have a Minister of Justice, this is turning the world on its head, which is fabulous.
Thank you. Then to the buses. That's right, buses. For the new minister's ride to their first cabinet meeting.
So don't tell us when we feature this. Hello, everyone.
When you turn around and look at these people in the past, we're on a bus heading up it has a symbolism. Not one knows it's a bus run by a lot of
Let's not go too crazy. But every day we guitars and these are an awful lot of things that come with the responsibilities they have. And I'm not going to false game honest, but the one thing that we won't hide, and it's real. It's the routine in this.
It still feels like you should be singing like something like that. You don't come by or something in the background.
Maybe that's your experience on the bus, Peter. But a lot of people take the bus every day to go to work. That's exactly what we're doing.
Very good. All right.
The moment you walk up onto Parliament Hill as a parliamentarian for the first time, or now as a minister for the first time, I'm about to experience, is one to savor and to remember. And we're going to do this as a team. Often, most of you will have already been on Parliament Hill and walked on as a member of Parliament. But now we're going to do it the way we're going to do an awful lot of things in the coming years as a team. C'est un moment d'équipe, c'est un moment d'être ensemble pour travailler fort pour ce pays. Puis tout ce qu'on va faire, on travaille ensemble. Allô tout le monde!
When we come back, a Google Hangout. What's that, you may ask? Well, he knows.
Tim, member 2, elementary.
Google Hangout is an online visual get-together. And before heading to his first cabinet meeting, a different meeting takes priority. The new prime minister goes to his office to connect with students across the country.
Alexis Busquets, Elementary Elementary School. And I want to congratulate you on your win.
Well, thank you very much, Alexis. I appreciate that.
And my question is, what did you enjoy most about teaching, and how can you use these skills as practice?
Oh, that's a great question. What I enjoyed most about teaching was spending every day
with a broad range of great kids who always had tough questions for me and who challenged me. And a good teacher is not someone who stands up in the front of the class and gives out all the answers. A good teacher is someone who knows the challenges that their students are facing and helps them solve those challenges and get the answers.
Well, what I took out of that is you haven't lost the teacher moment.
You know, being a teacher is what I am. That's the way I see the world, the way I understand it, the way I'm constantly curious about it. And a good teacher is like a good politician. It's someone who understands the needs of the people they're supposed to serve and gives them the tools to fix their challenges.
And you never lose that. No, you keep that in your mind.
Oh, that's what I am.
You're going to go behind this door now to your first capital.
Mm-hmm.
So, here's what I'm thinking. I'd like you to look into it. A lot of people who voted for you have hopes and dreams of what will start happening when decisions start being made out there. And some of those who didn't vote for you have concerns about what might happen. So if you look in the camera, what's your message today on day one?
I said we're going to get to work. We're going to actually take the commitments that we made to Canadians, complete commitments around deliverables on the platform, fiscal and otherwise, but also the commitments we made about the kind of government we're going to run, the kind of openness, the kind of service that we're focused on offering. And that's what we're going to remember every step of the way. And I'm counting on Canadians to remind us of that throughout. We want good times, we want tough times. Every government does go through difficult times. But as we do it, the way we approach the challenges, the mistakes, the great opportunities should be focusing on serving Canadians, the Canadians' interests in this.
How do they remind you?
Every conversation I have across the country, as I get out there, as I listen to people, every letter they send, every opportunity to talk to the local MPs and tell them they're not doing good enough or they're doing great. Whatever it is, we started something in this past election of Canadians stepping up and getting involved in active, positive, non-cynical politics. And putting aside all the left-right spectrum of political partisanship, Canadians have shown that they want to be involved in the kind of country we shape in an optimistic and positive way. And we're going to keep them.
Prime Minister, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing it.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Before we begin, could I please get a quick show of hands from all the Canadians in the audience? Raise your hands.
Oh, wow.
St. Paul.
On all Canadian campuses.
You've really got some pull around here, Mr. Prime Minister. We've got many topics to discuss today. From the key policy issues to moments of leadership on the world stage. Before we start, though, I wanted to start with a very simple question. Is it true that despite writing a book about Canadian hockey, you have a team?
No, that's not true. I never was very clear in public as to what my favorite team was, because I always felt that I could lose more votes on answering that question than any serious policy. So we actually have two favorite teams in our high school. Development groups. I grew up in Toronto. My father was a Maple Leaf fan, and then of course as an easily higher claims in the West, but since Canada's won the Stanley Cup since 1993, I would take any way. I'm desperate.
Clearly, judging by this year's performances at the Olympics, there is a lot to admire about Canadian sports. Now I wanted to shift to your beginnings as a politician. Back then, it was totally university. What originally drew you to politics?
Well, it's a long question. It's a long answer. First of all, I never in my university days I never intended to be a politician. Not to the extent I have. I was interested in politics because it started as a kid. From the time I was about 9 years old, my parents expected me to read the front page of the newspaper and to be conversant in public issues at the dinner table. So I kind of started that interest early. In university, I was studying economics. I became very interested in public policy. And my interest then, and my first job in politics, was as a researcher. That's kind of how I saw myself. I was essentially a research assistant, and I had longer term plans to become an economist and involved in public policy. So that was really the beginning. It's a lot of steps.
And I'd love to get to some of those steps.
Yeah.
We talk a lot about entrepreneurship here at GS. And your political career shows many signs of entrepreneurial, especially when you united the different right parties within one banner in 2015. Could you talk a little bit about how you managed to pull off that difficult task and why you were the right person for the job?
Well, let me maybe just go through how I ended up in here, because I have the most unusual path to administration. The only one to come up through the third party. So I went to Iowa in 1985 as a research assistant, an economics graduate to assist the government on its program of deficit reduction, market reforms, and some of the other things. Left that job after a year. I only intended to be there 2 months, but left after a year. Fairly disillusioned with the government was not doing, because I was convinced that the balance of budget was fact. So I actually not only left the job, I actually left the party and went back to university. And in the course of the graduate degree, people heard me talking about my experiences, and a number of professors who had similar thinking about me out with a fellow at Preston Young, who was from the party, and to push some of these issues much harder, called the Commercial Public Reform Party. So I got involved in that in 1987. I became the first policy chief of the party. I did it. This is actually true. I remember saying to the then president, who became eventually a colleague in Parliament in the Senate, I remember saying to her, she asked me why I was doing this. I said, well, I sort of like what you're doing here, and this is a fun hobby. It's not going to take much time. Anyway, one thing led to another. And the first time we ran for election, the election was suddenly upon us. We had almost no candidates. I became a candidate. Obviously didn't win. But I did surprisingly well. And then the next time around, I decided to run again. We had much better show and ran for election. By the end of my first term, look, I say there was no plan here. By the end of my first term, I could also see that the reform part that I had at the place was kind of stuck. And once again, I decided it was time for me to do something different. I went ahead and essentially conservative election. So I left it and I went election. And I did that for 3 or 4 years. And I was about to depart that job and do a true private sector job when the party that I left, the Reform Party, which converted itself into something called the Reform Conservative Alliance, when it had a massive city. And it was so bad that the party sunk to the low single digits. Was almost ready to drop off the map, and virtually everybody of some note in the party was discredited by the Civil War. Since I was not there, I was the only person of any stature in the party who wasn't painted by the Civil War, and a lot of the MPs approached me who would become leaders. And we just paid off the mortgage. And I said to my wife, if I do this, well, if I do this, I'm going to become leader of the opposition. I will win this race if I get in. So I got in. She agreed. I got in. I won the race. And then the other Conservative Party had a massive support. And we were, it wasn't going well. we were all looking at it. And one thing led to another. Both our parties were ready to do it. We both understood that we stayed separate, our chances, not just winning, our chances of survival. So people really did it. And some it was out of desperation. The timing was just right. Partly because of my background was a mixed partisan background. Had a good partner on the other side. Okay. And we united the parties. And the next thing that happened was the Liberal Party was so certain that it couldn't possibly lose the election. It engaged in its own civil war. And I ended up leading the next two elections. The party was united, and the party was divided. Politics began to.
It sounds like it pays to be the last good state.
Yeah. Yeah. I do have an interesting story on that. It's funny. After the last election, I had two colleagues, I had stayed in Parliament a while, and I did point out, I remember saying, first time it surprised me that I tried it again. I said, I am the only member of Parliament from the Great Revolution of 1993, the only one of the class of 93 still in Parliament. I'm the last man standing. I'm going to believe it. And every one of them said to me, we always thought that. So they saw it before I.
It's good to be a rock in a storm. You were also known within Canada for positioning yourself as a progressive conservative when you ran for the election in 2006. What I wanted to ask you next was, how did you decide which to sacrifice?
Yeah, look, I would not have described myself as progressive. So part of the issue in Canada is that is the name of the that we have identified. Look, I consider myself a straight conservative. I'm conservative on most issues. I'm not conservative. I'm conservative probably more in a temperamental than in a logical sense. And I'm a strong believer. I think this is where people consider moderate. I'm a strong believer in incremental. And some describe my government as kind of a series of partly because, not that sometimes you have to do that, sometimes, but generally speaking, I'm distrustful of, frankly, smart people like yourselves with great blueprints that can prevent solutions. I actually think you have to see that work, what unintended consequences are of something that's turning out as you expect before you so I tend to be someone who wants to have the
So when it comes to gathering data, incrementalism, and to the very weighty policy issues, one that's very relevant today in Canada claims immigration. And President Trump cited Canada as an example of the U.S. should potentially follow. You've been known to support skilled immigration. What lessons, incremental or otherwise, could U.S. policymakers learn from this example?
Well, look, I'd say two things, and I'd say this not just to American audiences, but audiences everywhere else. What I think was most remarkable for other political leaders in immigration policy, not for the most part they were successful policies is that we have overwhelming public support and a large scale immigration. How do you do that? First of all, on the success side, we were progressively moving our system towards being based on labor market needs, responding to labor market needs. First, there's always been a significant portion of Canadian, unlike the United States, always a significant proportion of Canadian immigration policy is admitted on the basis of skills and labor force considerations. We vastly increased that 40%. We started by making really a simple change. One was allowing university students to find work in their areas of Canada, which will often encourage their students to stay once they graduate. Really simple change. policy. So I'm a strong that immigration policy, broader nature, must be based beneficial for them, must be based on first principles. That doesn't mean you can't have humanitarian and family implications. That is not the central immigration policy. The second thing, let me say this. I'm often asked in the United States, how can we make our current immigration system more popular? Why is it so unpopular? I'll tell you this right now. If Canada had a huge percentage of, as you do in the United States, a huge percentage of its immigrant population is or irregular, outside, it would not be popular. Illegal immigration is not popular anywhere in the world. And if you want to sustain public support for the immigration system, this has to be the society takes through its laws versus the law. Unless you can fix that problem, and I think that is the big problem. There's no solution to that problem. People's resistance to legal immigration has gone through the roof. And my quick comment on the United States, the big problem we have is way too difficult for someone to become a legal immigrant.
There seems to be also a flip side to what you're saying when it comes to public support, which is in addition to upholding the law, there is this embrace of multiculturalism in Canada that seems very unique and distinctly Canadian. And so what I wanted to follow up with is in an age of rising nationalism, Canada has this unique position and which seems to be both multicultural and patriotic. And I'm curious, do you think that this is a blueprint for other nations to follow? That we can do both things? And if yes, how can we encourage both?
Yeah, look, I think absolutely. First of all, I think Canada had a bit of a traditional advantage on that from other countries in that, Canada has never had one clearly defined national culture. We've always had we've got two national languages, we've always had at least two major religions, and obviously it's more diverse. So there was never a kind of a unified vision of what a Canadian looked like. So I think that background kind of helped. But on multiculturalism, we actually modified the multiculturalism policy along the lines really of how it's practiced in Quebec. Technically in Quebec, they don't call it multiculturalism, they call it anti-culturalism. What it really is about encouraging, I would say promoting is not the word, but encouraging immigrants to retain aspects of their identity and links to their own country relations. But encouraging that within the concept of a broader social broader participation. And we as a government really saw multiculturalism. While it had the obviously aspect of preserving people's native diverse cultures, really its objective was ultimately stems from the belief, and we believe is strong, that first and foremost, immigrants when they come to the country, they actually don't want to. They want to retain aspects of their personal family. They want to belong. And so, we encourage that, but at the same time, we recognize that as you diversify ethnic and country within that community, that will have some impact on the industry. So that was really for us. And, we think I think it's objectively successful. Canada has two kind of ethnic-based, ethnic-based conflicts. It's a very diverse society where people don't really reasonably well, and this is going back decades. And from my standpoint, we are, Conservative Party of Canada is one of the few center-right parties in the world that wins a large share
It's a powerful set of options. Future policymakers, please take notes. I'd love to build on this notion of belonging, but now on the international stage. You're a passionate free trader. Under your watch, Canada signed landmark free trade deals with South Korea and the European Union, and supported in Africa as well.
one of the best ways to promote the benefits of free trade in an increasingly anti-trade global political.
You might be a bit surprised by my answer. So, actually, writing a book that was very simple. The rise of populism, that's driving particularly how consumers respond. First of all, just on the record, when we came to that, I don't think that, despite the fact that Canada is one of the most open economies in the world, we had free trade agreements with 25 years. And when I left, all our enterprises. And that, by the way, that was another thing. In an era where it was increasing resistance to trade, that was another thing we did with overwhelming coverage. None of those trade agreements. So why is it? And look, what I tell policymakers, particularly conservative policymakers who reform international trade, what I tell them is it is not a simple matter. I understand people are part of it. I understand this, but that's not good. A trade deal is a large commercial. This is actually to some degree where I agree with what the president is saying. You actually have to know what you're doing when you sign such a deal. You can't do it on the basis of theory or the basis of simple bureaucratic internal consultation conversations. When we did trade deals, we established comprehensive consultations with every single major sector. We understood at the bargain what the interests of our economy actually were. We understood both what interests we needed to advance in terms of trade. We also understood what interests we needed to protect. Because protection is part of the responsibility as a government. Those are your interests. So we understood what the interests are. Obviously, we know what that is. And we ultimately understood what kind of concessions we could and could not make, where we could engage and where we could not engage. And particularly the additional fact that we had places where we dealt with larger elements like the European Union, we had to know what they were. So, it comes down to treating it as a serious commercial, understanding all of the making it the country. And is it possible? President Trump doesn't say he's he says he's for good deals and not bad deals. Is it possible to have bad trade? Absolutely. And there are many times I've talked about
There's something else that you said about overwhelming public support and essentially selling these deals or getting these deals to last for the public. So is there a component to this of winning hearts?
Yeah, look, I think advantage we start with in Canada was we had our first free trade deal, besides Confederation itself. Our first free trade deal was the Canada-US Agreement, concluded in 1987. It became the focal point in 1988 Federation, in which the then progressive conservative government was championed, and the opposition was the Democratic Party opposed. And the rhetoric got very hot. According to the opposition, signing the free trade deal would devastate multiple industries, basically hollow out the Canadian economy, and eventually we lose our independence and become our 51st independence. This was literally, in fact, a famous ad from that campaign was two negotiators sitting at the table, and the American says, let's just, I think we've got a deal if we just kind of take out this one line and we go back to the lines. So, but the government won the election, principally on a split vote. Won the election, and they passed it. And not only did none of the opposition, but frankly, the deal and its economic performance and the venture math exceeded all forecasts in terms of its encouragement of trade. So you have that backdrop. Canada is a trading country. With that experience, no one really believes kind of hysteria. But look, I will tell you this: we didn't operate on that alone. I talked about the kind of comprehensive constitution. And I can tell you this, when I got up in front of the public, Brussels or somewhere in Canada, to TPP in the case, to announce in the election, to announce a major trade. When I got up in front of it, and then every group in the country, every interest group, every sector put out its release saying they were for the deal, against the deal, or mixed feelings. I knew in advance that every single interest group in the country was doing the same. We were not guessing. We knew that. So yeah, you win hearts and minds, but actually, it's not. This is not an issue. These are people's vested economic interests. You cannot treat them as a strictly philosophical one. It is about really understanding where the government's about, where people see things.
When it comes to interests, I'd love to talk a little bit now about foreign policy interests. And specifically, one example of the leadership. I'll lay out the scenario first. It's November 2014, G20 summit in Australia. And Vladimir Putin comes up to you to shake your hand. You accept the handshake reluctantly. And you say to him, you need to get out of Ukraine. Take us through what went through your head in that moment.
Well, I'll tell you more of the story. First of all, like so many leaders, I had been given Vladimir Putin when I first came to office. You know, he had come to power in Russia after a terrible country the economic and social indicators for Russia. Some of the worst, it wasn't just the political things, some of the worst social and economic things any major country. And so he came to power and reestablished order. Strong. So people gave him that. I gave him that for help. And increasingly, it was obvious that he was not a friend. But frankly, I became in private meetings increasingly one reason some of my international colleagues. In fact, I think I became kind of called some of my international friends. So Vladimir Putin. And then, of course, and I had been actually for the invasion of Crimea. So, certainly not something private in my U.S. And so he invades Crimea, introducing Ukraine, and it was really my first meeting with Mr. Putin since that period. Let me just tell you a bit of the background. What happens in international conferences? You see these things. You would not believe how much time you spend in private. There is an order in which you arrive. It's all covered by protocol, and you all kind of drive up one at a time. You assemble in a room behind before the conference begins. You come in, arrive again on the stage. It takes 2 or 3 hours. So anyway, I'd gone through and I was, they were doing the backwards of most junior, most senior, and prime ministers who were all in the office were always considered the president. So I had already arrived in the room backstage with most of the leaders. And it was interesting because I tell the story for natural reasons. So I'm in the room, I'm in London. Mr. Putin comes in, and everybody's reading it. It's like, these things that people yeah, we know all these people. You know, you get quite get to know them. Well, anyway, Putin comes around to me, and he sticks up his hand, and I had kind of thought, what am I going to say? Putin, Canada's supporting Ukraine this week as well. Obviously, I did not say that. And so I said to him, I shook his hand. I said, I'll shake your hand, Vladimir, but I have one to tell you. And he paused, looked at me, kind of taken it, and said to me, I'm not Indian. To which I said, well, that's why it's a waste of my time. And by the way, I'm just reading Teddy Roosevelt said, and this is so true. Teddy Roosevelt said about the Russians in 1905. He said the most annoying things about the Russians is they will lie to you even when they know that you know they're lying. It's an inexplicable national trait. But anyway, so I said that to Putin, and the reason I tell the story is what's interesting after that. The story got out by because the Russians put the story, not me. I don't know why. But what's interesting is all the other leaders staged. And what went through their heads, obviously the ones who were facing the electorate, Putin is actually not popular. All of a sudden, they ceased being friendly with him because they knew if the story got out, well, Harper was not friendly with them, we were, that would be bad. So nobody was friendly with him for the rest of the conference, and then there were pictures of him sitting at the tables eating by himself. But I point that out only because, and it's not that symbolic actions are everything, but it is interesting how sometimes simply by taking a stand, you can get people.
It seems at this time now, especially knowing what we know, that was quite courageous and prescient.
I don't go to Russian business.
How would you handle Putin in today's world, almost 4 years later?
Well, it's the same thing. Look, there's no way of avoiding the fact that Russia is a major power. We brought in a host of sanctions on Russia in coordination with the Obama administration between the keep those sanctions in place. And I would continue to minimize contact with Putin, except wherever it's unavoidable or necessary. But foreign policy, that's in Syria, for example. But I would not pretend I'm friends with them, and it's my conviction that Putin does not want to be our friend. I think there's been so much effort made by successive Western governments to have friendly cooperative relations with Putin, but it's just they fail to understand is that this is not Putin's objective. Vladimir Putin is a very, don't get me wrong, very strong leader, actually a very impressive individual in many ways. I don't mean to demean him. He's one of the more impressive leaders I know. But Vladimir Putin carries an enormous chip on his shoulder for the fallacy. He believes that the West was trying to destroy his country. And a large part of his actions are designed simply to undermine the West as an end in itself. And that's kind of what he's made.
I'd like to shift a little bit now to leadership style. As you rose to prominence in Canadian politics, you showed that you weren't afraid to take the gloves off in political scraps. A style that some observers call decidedly un-Canadian. What led you to adopt this particular approach?
I wanted to win. I remember another conservative leader in the province saying to me before a campaign, he was saying, Prime Minister, I respect you, but I have a different style. I'm not going to kind of mix it up. I'm not going to go negative on the opposition. I'm going to think the high road. I said, great. I said, there's a word for that. He said, what? It's called a losing campaign. Look, a campaign's a campaign. They use the word campaign for a reason. It's a combat. And it doesn't mean you should do anything. But you are making a contrast with your opponents, and you have to be combative from time to time. And every successful leader is. You talk about all the great statesmen in history. I guarantee if you go back and look at they were successful combatants. Now, if you're conservative, the liberal media says this is terrible and unstatesmanlike, but the other side does it all the time. So you just got to do it. You just got to face that criticism. Don't be unfair. I used to say I delivered some very tough criticism to my opponents, but I always had one criteria with our staff, which was, is the criticism true? Is the criticism true? Don't level a criticism that's not true. That's going to backfire on you if you see a weakness. Obviously, you have to agree with the elements. But that was, that's a big part of it. I think the other part of it is I like to think the other part of my success was not just winning elections, but ultimately, once you get there, you have to know why you're there, what it
when it comes to winning, there's winning in the short term and then there's winning in the long term. You once said about your former finance minister, Jim Flaherty, quote, as fiercely partisan as he was, Jim was also genuinely liked and respected by his opponents. That's something in this business, something I envy. I can't even get my friends to like. Humor aside, how important do you feel being liked is to securing your victories and cementing your legacy?
Well, look, in spite of my joke, I actually think I was widely liked by people. But look, I'm kind of one of those guys. I think I'm amazed how many people go into politics because they want it. It's not really a good occupation if you want to be loved. It's. I do think there are people who go into politics because they like the cameras and microphones, but they can't sing the bands. So, look, I was not attracted to camera microphones. I was a bit made up of it. But I think it's important to be respected. I think it's important to be seen as having a but being loved or being liked, I think that's secondary. I think it's obviously important. It's important even that you treat opponents with respect. You can still treat them with respect. There's a difference between attacking someone and being versus legitimate versus political. And we're trying to avoid that. But yeah, no, I think it's the key is to be respected, especially in democratic politics. As you say, I don't know anybody who
There's a question that falls from this, and it's one that we discuss a lot in business school about what tactic it takes a leader. And it's, do you think that we as leaders have to make a choice between being more assertive in order to get the job done?
Well, look, I would say that your leadership in the political arena is a bit different than leadership in business in the democratic arena. In the democratic political arena, there are different leadership styles that are successful for different people. Not all leaders are the same. Not all approaches are the same. But I would say that the difference in politics is no matter how good you are going to have a tremendous amount of opposition and criticism. We encourage them. Right? This is the difference between democratic politics and politics in non-democratic countries. Is we keep our leaders under scrutiny and criticism. In fact, in the parliamentary system, unlike your system, the prime minister, who wields most of the power, is not the head of government, is not the head of state. I'm not, when I travel abroad, the Governor General of Canada is first in the diplomatic rank. He's not the prime minister. He's the one who carries the prestige of office. I'm the prime minister, I had no state head of government. But I had to be subject daily to attacks in the House of Commons. We offset the power we grant somebody by the degree of scrutiny we put them on. Your system's a little bit different, but there's still commonality, and that's what we do. We don't have cults of personality in democratic countries. That is one of the hallmarks of undemocratic society. When a leader is beyond criticism, when a leader embodies the state, when a leader becomes somebody that you actually have to, worship, for lack of a better term. And so, no matter what style you adopt publicly, you're going to have lots of criticism. Look, I think in business, there are ways of conducting yourself and not expose yourself to that.
There was one thing that maybe is more common perhaps between politics and business is the need to build and utilize power over time. And we actually have a course here at Stanford at the business school called Path to Power, which is all about how individuals maintain use power in organizations. It seems based on your career that you can teach the course without any notes. What are the key lessons that you've learned about amassing and retaining
power? Look, I'm not sure there's any one I say there's only one path. I think, if I look at the successes I had, I would attribute them to 2 or 3 things. One of them, as I said earlier, was the luck of timing. In a couple of times, when I became leader of my party and then when I merged the parties, these things happened because they happened at a particular point in time, and I was the right person positioned to do it. I didn't plan that. I couldn't have planned. That there are people who actually think I planned all this. It couldn't have been planned. And so I just happened to be the right person at the right time to do those things. And that's life, right? A lot of success in life is luck. There's no way around that, starting with where you're going and all those things. I think one of the strengths I had that served me well was that I had people understood me, knew that I had a particular view of public policy, a vision for where the country should go, a direction for the country, and to the extent they shared that direction, they could get behind it. Now, it didn't mean that I didn't consult regularly, and frankly, I would say that although I had a clear direction for the country, I've often said this, that very seldom did I take a policy decision in government that was not overwhelmingly supported by the government. Very seldom. I didn't abuse the power that I had. But I did provide a sense of direction. Other people lead on different bases. Some people lead. One of my predecessors, Brian Mulroney, I would say that he led on the basis of his ability to establish warm relationships with colleagues, and he was a master. That was probably his strength. Pierre Trudeau, the father of the current prime minister, was a really philosophical prime minister that had a couple of key issues in the day. So different people have different styles. Mine served me well. I like to think I didn't abuse it in this sense. I could have wielded a lot more. I think I probably could still easily be leader of the party if I wanted to. De facto, the founder. And I could have turned the party into essentially a personal. But that was not my goal. My goal in political life, I'm driven by my concerns. My goal in life was not just to win an election to govern. My goal was to establish a long-term conservative institution for our state, a long-term contender for power and government. And so I was determined to establish an institutional organization that would outlive me and would not leave me. So I did things very different than if I'd simply wanted to amass power.
In your quest to establish that long-term conservative institutional platform, luck ran out and you just left with the circumstance. You probably had to make some choices that you felt were needed. Did you ever make any decisions that you wish you had made differently?
Oh yeah, but I never said that. Well, look, I would say a couple of things. Obviously, there are all kinds of things. More important in the public policy sense, did I make decisions that I didn't want to make at the time? That's the more important thing. I really wasn't comfortable with it at the time. The answer is yes. As the leader of a party, as somebody dealing with political reality, from time to time I had to make decisions that would not have been my first choice. That said, I don't think on any really big thing did I ever find myself making a decision that was funny. It may not be my optimal decision, but if I really thought it was the wrong decision, a bad decision, as opposed to a non-optimal decision, I would be pretty good.
One last question before we shift to questions from the audience. Another former finance minister, Joe Oliver, said that one thing the media did not portray enough in the press, that is
just one thing.
Well, one of the things he felt, anyways, was your passion and pride for Canada. Could you talk a little bit more about where this passion comes from?
I don't know where it comes from. To some degree, I think it's the way it should be. I mean, I'm a seventh generation Canadian. Great grandparents grandfather settled in Sackville, New Brunswick, then part of Nova Scotia. 1774, the year before the American Revolution, and was the local leader of the militia for the Crown against the revolutionists. So it goes back that way. But look, I'm a product of my country. So much of what I've enjoyed in life is because of my country. I don't think there are many countries in the world where somebody like me from a modest middle class background and public school education will become a leader of the future country. I think that says a lot about the kind of social and economic opportunity we have. I love our country's history. I love our country's geography. I won't go as far as to tell you that I always love it. But you know, it's I'm always turning the temperature down in my television. It's like so unless like it's sunlight. You know, but I think this is partly natural. What I don't understand, and I'll say this about the other side, I don't understand the modern, call modern elite liberalism. It often seems not to like it. To me, being a nationalist, as you know, I'm not talking of nativist or something. Being a nationalist is something I would have expected from any leader. Most are. You know, if you don't love your country, you know, you're not deeply rooted in it, don't love its people, don't love most things about it, why are you leading it in the first place? So to me, this is just what you would expect of someone who aspires to be head of government.
Thank you. Now we'll open it up to questions from the audience.
Thanks so much for being here. My name is Lenny. I'm undergrad in computer science. I was curious to hear your thoughts on the 2008 financial crisis and broadly how you approach making decisions and fiscal policy.
Yeah. Well, look, obviously that was an interesting time for me because I had begun my political career in policy since my number one focus as an economist, and an economist whose specialty is fiscal policy, was about back in the 80s and 90s fixing Canada's fiscal problems and creating a long-term structural balance, eliminating the debt problem. Of course, we did that in the 90s, and my first few years in government, I inherited a surplus, continued to run a surplus, used it predominantly to reduce taxes, something a bit conservative to do, but I didn't use it to reverse taxes in a way that created a structural deficit. We didn't cut taxes. All of a sudden, we have the 2008 financial crisis. People forget I had even pledged in the election campaign that I would not run a deficit, despite what was impending recession. But what people forget is, like, each week, it was really something to be in power at that time. You know, from September of 2008 to, I would say, January, February of 2008, we literally were in a situation where economic activity was visibly falling around the globe every single week. It was just incredible. You'd wake up every morning with cataclysmic economic news all around the world. Well, it became apparent to me, I was fortunate I had the right training. I'm not just a fiscal policy economist, my background is in economic history, macroeconomic theory, and it became very apparent to me that we've been what I thought was a kind of a theoretical Keynesian situation would come into real life, and I concluded it was necessary for us to run, not just allow the government budget to fall, but as it became necessary to run a significant stimulus program because of the collapse. And so we did that. We also, there were some Flaherty's finance minister's guidance. We did, as soon as we did that, we put in place a program to gradually restore economic growth. So it was a tough decision. By the way, not easy one to get through my caucus. A large percentage of my caucus did not want us to run a deficit, did not want to run a stimulus program. But I think I was able to convince them, partly because I was so known as a fiscal economist, and also because of my training, I was able to convince them that we were in a situation that required extraordinary measures, but I assured them and assured Canadians that we would not ruin the long-term financial structure of the country. Nice to see you.
Stand up.
Nice to see you. You mentioned that writing a book about how conservatives should face the rise of populism. Could you comment a little bit on that, please?
Yeah, I'll do it very quick. First of all, it's interesting to hear the term populist described today as it is. Usually pejoratively and often pejoratively by conservatives. Populists are anti-market, anti-trade, etc. The Reform Party that I was involved in founding described itself as a populist party. It was for trade and for markets. It was really a populist party in the then tradition of Thatcher and Reagan. So populism is a term that kind of has different meanings in different contexts. I often think that when you see the term populist used in the media today, it's used this way. We describe outcomes we like as democracy and outcomes we don't like as populism. So I think there's a bit of a loaded term there. But to the extent that in the globalization age, I like to think we as conservatives brought about globalization, freer trade, free markets, freer migration around the world. And we're now seeing the backlash. And I really believe that the conservatives, people who are students of human experience, rather than just decry, when we see our own voters being attracted, we need to ask ourselves why. And I think in the age of globalization, way too many other people are not. And when you look at some of the things that populists complain about in terms of trade policy, market policy, immigration policy, globalism as a philosophy, I do think that in some cases, while we're on generally the right track, we pursue policies that haven't really thought hard about the actual impacts on the world. That's what I was trying to do. So it's not a blueprint kind of politician. But I think in a lot of cases, politicians have followed blueprints and have not been very conscious of how some market-oriented policies actually impact our nation. Be making sure we understand what those impacts are. Just to give an example, the importation in many Western countries, large scale importation of low-skilled workers at a time when low-skilled workers are under technological pressure and their wages are falling. This makes no sense in terms of the social outcomes it produces. Allowing foreign non-residents to buy significant blocks of residential real estate and leave it unoccupied in major urban centers. That's an open market policy. What is the social utility of that, other than to drive people out of the areas they live in? So I think we really have to think hard and make sure. I'm a strong believer that over time only market-oriented policies will be good policy. But you really have, they can take a lot of forms, and you have to pursue them in ways that will get you good outcomes. Too many working middle-class people in Western countries, especially this one, have simply not been doing very well. And we have to understand why that is and adapt to those concerns. No point, we're conservatives, no point screaming, no point, if voters go a different way, no point telling them they're wrong. In democracy, the voters are always right. So if the voters are telling us we're off track, we've got to listen to what those messages are and figure out which messages are right and which isn't.
My name is Amy. I'm a finance PhD student here at the GSB. I'm also a proud Canadian who has been in the United States since college, almost a decade ago. Over this period of time, I sense a growing divide between the coastal elite and the rest of America. As you travel around Canada, do you sense the same trend of polarization?
The answer to that is no. Canada has not had the kind of political polarization or this modern manifestation of more extreme populism that we've seen in the United States and other parts of the world. And the reason for that is, I like to think it's really rather simple. It's that, Canada, middle and working class people have had fairly steady income, even through the global financial crisis. And so I think that I think there may be other factors driving polarization. But Canada's not immune. We practice
a series of bad economic policies over a long enough period of time, and people start to feel dispossessed or ignored by the political system, we don't have it today. We have had political change. We have debate, parties with different views, but it's not a deeply rooted social cleavage, which is what really strikes me. What really strikes me with the United States is not simply the political polarization, but the degree to which it actually reflects, in my experience, the world. I've just tell you, I've told Canadians for a long period of time my experience. George W. Bush was president, Barack Obama was president, obviously, Donald Trump. I would say to people, if you go to the United States, don't give your opinion of George W. Bush, Barack Obama, or Donald Trump until you know what the listener thinks, because it guarantees on one side or the other. And that's just the way the country is here. I don't think it's worrisome. But I think underlying it is the fact that tens of millions of Americans who used to have a good middle-class lifestyle no longer do. And this is a serious problem.
So I wanted to wrap with the last question, draw on a few things that we've just talked about today. You've mentioned some pretty technocratic terms, social utility, these are the terms of somebody who's deeply versed in economic policy. I wanted to step back though and ask about the emotional aspect of leadership, and specifically the ways in which you let people through the emotional field of leadership. And a lot of these themes that we've spoken about with conservatism, are still getting at what ultimately the voters want and what's best for them. How do you ensure that they connect emotionally to policy views and to ultimately what conservatism is trying to do?
Well, look, that's a good question, and I'm not going to get up and claim it was one of my strengths. It's not a strength of conservatism. I think if you look at other movements, whether they be on the right or on the left, liberalism, socialism, nationalism, modern regular populism, these are at their heart more essentially emotional fields. I do think, not that we have to connect people, but I honestly think that people tend, and I say to conservative leaders, people tend to turn to conservatives when they're really deeply worried and they want sensible solutions. And when they want something beyond mere emotion, they want to be convinced that there's somebody who actually knows what they're doing. And so while I think it's important to connect emotionally, we often don't do a good enough job of that. I think conservatism can be
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Congress.
Located on both the park side and the JFK Street side of the forum. In the event of an emergency, walk to the exits closest to you and congregate to the JFK Park. Please also take a moment now to silence your cell phones. You can join the conversation tonight online by tweeting with the hashtag JFK Junior Forum Live, which is also listed in your program. You can also follow us on Instagram at JFK Junior Forum. Now, please take your seats and join me in welcoming the Director of the Institute of Politics, Mark Beard.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you very much, Yvonne, and good evening and welcome to the JFK Junior Forum. We're delighted to have so many of you here with our very special guest, Prime Minister. We welcome all of you here to the JFK Junior Forum, those who proceeded in this space from heads of state to activists, political folks, and this evening's really interesting conversation. Tonight's event is the 2019 Seymour E. and Ruth B. Harris Lecture. It's held biannually. The Harris Lecture celebrates Seymour Harris, a Harvard professor, economist, and champion of theories of John Maynard Keynes. Harris was a devoted public servant as well, serving as economic advisor to presidential campaigns
including John F. Kennedy's presidential campaign in 1960, and he served as chief economic consultant in the Johnson administration. We're particularly grateful to current MPA student Harut, who's here with us. Thank you very much for all that you did to instrumentally ensure that the Prime Minister would be able to join us this evening. And I'm sure Professor Harris would agree that we're very fortunate to have the former Prime Minister of Canada, Stephen Harper, with us today to engage with us in the Harris lecture. Of course, the Prime Minister was the founder of the modern Conservative Party in Canada, and serving for nearly a decade from 2006 to 2015. And under his leadership, Canada weathered the economic crises in 2008 faster and stronger than many of its peers, balanced the budget while making important investments in healthcare and infrastructure, overhauled the criminal justice system, and expanded Canada's international trade network. He's also the recent author of a new book entitled Right Here, Right Now, Politics and Leadership in the Age of Disruption. So who better to engage in a conversation, given his recent book, with him than Ambassador Wendy Sherman, who is our new director of the Center for Public Leadership here at the Kennedy School, who brings a wealth of her own public service and commitment and deep understanding of public service, international affairs, and policy. During the Obama administration, she served as Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs and also served in the Clinton administration, where she was counselor to Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. And Ambassador Sherman was a former IOP fellow. Please join me in welcoming to the stage the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, to be in conversation with Ambassador Wendy Sherman.
Thanks, Mark. The book. First of all, as we get started here, I want to thank any NPP student who is here and congratulate everyone on finishing your PAEs. I think probably a few might be out, Mr. Prime Minister, enjoying themselves a bit.
Okay.
I would suspect that anybody who has an early morning class may not get there tomorrow morning because it's quite an exercise, but it's terrific, and congratulations to all of you. I'm delighted to be here with the Prime Minister to talk about the subject matter in what he's written and what he's often spoken about. And it's about leadership in the age of disruption. And I think, interestingly, Mr. Prime Minister, we agree on the analysis of what's going on in terms of people feeling dislocated and left out and left behind. And you talk about your answer to that feeling of dislocation, which probably brought President Trump here, probably created Brexit in London and many other dislocations around the world. Your answer is populist conservatism.
Right.
Can you explain to all of us what populist conservatism is?
Sure. First of all, just a little bit of background, which is I'm the only Prime Minister of Canada at 23 to have come to office through a third party. And that third party was something called back in the 1980s the Reform Party of Canada, which through various iterations and mergers created the modern Conservative Party of Canada. And it was rooted in a populist conservative tradition that has actually existed in Canada, certainly in Western Canada, since the 1930s. It's really was about, if you go back to the 1930s, some politicians in the province of Alberta, they were not politicians, they became politicians, people who were concerned about the then tremendous dislocation, the crisis of the Great Depression, which was really horrible on that part of the country. And they were looking for ways of proposing significant reform to economic policy, but in ways that would not be socialist or Marxist. And what they ended up becoming, in effect, was a fairly orthodox conservative party, but not kind of establishment-centric
corporate-centric Conservative Party, really a party that was focused on trying to apply market and business-based ideas in a way that would serve the interests of ordinary people, and the vast majority of the population in that period were either farmers or workers or laborers. And so that's really the tradition. I talked a bit in my book about specifics around that, but it really comes down to trying to focus conservative solutions in ways that will improve the lives of ordinary people. Now, it's not exclusively economic, but a lot of the focus is economic. We've had, I'm saying a generation, a couple of generations, and I guess the U.S. in particular. A lot of my focus is on the U.S., not Canada, where you had on the conservative side, supply side economics coming out of the Reagan era, which I think were appropriate policies for the 1970s and 1980s, but an exclusive focus on those policies, which really are kind of business and investor centric, I think doesn't necessarily serve the interests of people today or the kinds of problems the economy faces.
So populism exists in this country on the left and on the right.
Populism can be, if you look at the history of populism, it can be left, right, center. It can be moderate in tone. It can be extreme in tone.
So in your book and in your talks, you've talked about populism as being for the people against the interests of the few. What some people in this country may talk about when they talk about the 1%, that the country shouldn't be ruled by 1%. Is that your concept of populism, or is yours different?
No, mine would be a little bit different. So if you go back, the history of populism, the first use of the term in modern times is really the Populist Party of the United States. In the late 1980s in the Western United States, very similar parallel movements happened in Western Canada, where parties came along and said, and look, they were describing a largely true situation. You have a bunch of policies that are serving the interests of railway owners and financial institutions when maybe not the 99%, but the 95% were actually workers, shopkeepers, and laborers. And people wanted a reorientation of policies. That was the origin of the Populist Party. And so that kind of rhetoric is used by all populist movements. Frankly, it's used to some degree by all democratic parties. We're serving the broad interests of the population as opposed to the interests of the few. I wouldn't describe it quite that way, but what I would say is that it really is about trying to make sure that the focus of policy is on broadly based gains and broadly based values. I don't think my form of populism is not one where you kind of are targeting an elite or a segment of the population for punishment or revenge or whatever, but making sure that the policies you're pursuing have broad beneficial public impacts.
Okay, well, I'm going to come back to this in a little while, but I want to shift a tiny bit. You were really there at the age of destruction in 2008 during the banking crisis and during what was really a terrible time for everyone. Canada, in many ways, bounced back faster than we did because you had a banking regulatory system that was, quite frankly, probably in better shape than ours was. But you also said that, and as someone who's a conservative and a capitalist, that markets failed.
Right.
And that people often think of markets as an end as opposed to a means. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what you did in 2008 and whether you think we've done enough?
Well, first of all, let's just talk about kind of my view of markets and the concept of markets failing. I'm an economist. My training was less kind of narrowly statistical than a lot of people of my generation. I did that, but I really was immersed in the history of economic history, the history of economic theory and its development, and the history of economic policy. And I think I know enough from that to really take it two lessons. One is that well-governed markets generally produce pretty good results, but they actually do have to have some governance around them. And if they're poorly governed, they can, I'm not just talking about kind of incidental market failure, they can fail in quite systematic ways if they're not well governed. We should have known that. And so it's, you know, it's necessary to really understand that. And you know, as I said, I forget the rest of the question, but that comes really down to it.
The rest of my question is,
Yeah.
what did you do in 1980,
Okay.
at the point of the almost crash, the deep recession? And what do you, I'm sorry, the 2008 financial crisis, sorry, the 2008 financial crisis, and did we do enough, or do you think there is still work to be done? Do you think we face another wave of failure because we didn't put enough pieces in place?
It's interesting, Ambassador, you asked me that question. You're the first person to actually ask me that question, believe it or not. I've been on a lot of panels like this. So first of all, a couple of things about Canada's experience. We were affected by, the real secret for us is we were affected by obviously affected significantly by the Great Recession, but none of the causes of it came from within the Canadian political system or the Canadian economic system. In fact, Canada had not only well-governed and solid banks, we had a very robust household sector, a very reasonably robust government sector, and good corporate balance sheets. By the way, not all of those things are true today. We would be in a different position if we had that kind of impact today. But certainly, we had virtually no subprime lending. We didn't have any financial institutions that failed. Canada, along with India, we were co-chair of the financial sector regulatory reforms that were pursued globally, so-called Basel rounds. And I will not claim to be an expert on all that. I certainly will not claim to be an expert here in the United States. I cannot speak, in fairness, I cannot speak to whether the reforms here were proper and far enough. Those whose opinion I respect suggest to me that the reforms here really helped large institutions at the expense of small ones. But I would say internationally, they obviously tightened, you know, to the extent we established an international regime and that some of the principles of that spread around the world, they did tighten regulation significantly. I guess the real question I would have, and the doubt I have, is whether we pursued it in the right way. In other words, what Basel ended up doing was being highly prescriptive in terms of economic regulation, and obviously some additional prescription and rules were necessary. But one of the things that made the Canadian financial regulation fairly successful wasn't just that it was tighter, but that it was also more flexible in implementation. Regulators spent a lot more time in the sector dialoguing with participants and assessing what was going right and what was going wrong, and not just relying on kind of the rules in a narrow sense. And I worry that when you do the rules in a real narrow prescriptive sense, the way Basel has done them, what you don't end up doing is fighting the last set of problems instead of the next set of problems.
Do you see a recession on the way now?
Somebody asked me, I got actually asked by some people in my political party a couple of weeks ago when the next recession would occur. It was always, would be a next recession, which my answer was, I'd be a very rich man if I could tell you, that.
That's why we're asking.
Yeah, I can tell you that. Yeah, there will be at some point. I guess what concerns me at this point, honestly, what would concern me about potential recession, and we see much of the world other than things slowing down. What would concern me is not so much financial sector management at this point, but the enormous overhang of sovereign debt globally. And that's part of what we know about banking bailouts and banking-induced recessions, is that there then is a sovereign which increases sovereign debt. And of course, there were also stimulus programs, and for most countries, Canada being an exception, the stimulus program resulted in new levels of permanent structural deficit in Canada. We made sure to get out of it. But there's an enormous overhang now, and that concerns me very greatly.
And I think Canada did, as we certainly did here, an auto bailout.
We did.
And
It's the same bailout.
Same bailout, right? Do you regret that?
No, I don't. Well, I regret that we had to do it.
Not exactly a conservative
No, look, I tell people on my 50th birthday, on my 50th birthday, April 30th, 2009, so you can figure out how old I'm going to be this year. I signed into law, whatever it was, 8, 9, 10, I can't remember the number, $1 billion bailout for General Motors and Chrysler. It was literally everything I come to politics, not to throw around the taxpayers' money, not to intervene in markets like that, not to, in particular, extend corporate welfare, because although I'm a very market-oriented guy, I've always been very opposed to what I call corporatism. I think it's a terrible set of policies long-term. I did that. I only did it. I opposed it on a significant portion of my cabinet, caucus, and party. But the reason I did it in the end was because we had no choice. I was sitting in my office sometime, I think it was December 2008, and George W. Bush came on television and announced he was bailing out the auto sector. And I immediately called the senior officials and ministers of my government and said, George W. Bush is going to bail out the auto sector, 20% of which, it was actually turned out to be 17, 20% of which is located in a fully integrated Canadian American auto industry. And if we do not bail it out, I guarantee the American bailout will restructure the sector entirely in the United States. And we will lose some 500,000 jobs within a few months. On top of what we've already experienced, this is December 2008, the world is literally falling to pieces. I mean, literally at that time, for you to understand this, for those of us who are in government, you're getting reports of shipping volumes falling by the week, foreclosures by the week, bank lending drying up to the AAA rated creditors. It was literally a catastrophe unfolding before our eyes. And we simply couldn't layer that on top of that. And so I called the president, I talked to the Premier of Ontario, where most of our sector is located, and we'd already worked out a deal among ourselves. We said to President Bush, if you're doing this, we want to be part and parcel, we want to be at the table. He agreed right away. We did that with the Bush administration, and obviously carried it on through the Obama administration. And so we did what we had to do. Now, I think the question, which I address in my book is, and here's some of the critics. I always thought this was unfortunate. I mean, as you know, I worked with both administrations. It bothered me, seeing the same with my opposition. It bothered me how the GOP in 2008 was behind the Bush bailout, and the moment the administration came, this became Barack Obama throwing away the taxpayers' money. And some of them were arguing at the time, well, go into Chapter 11, let the financial sector restructure. I would say to you that under any normal circumstance, that is the course of action that I would favor that I could press in the U.S. The problem is when there is no functioning financial system, there was no possibility of a financial sector restructuring, which would have literally meant the closing down of the industry. And we simply, I don't think Bush himself concluded under those circumstances, there was no choice, but we're both conservative leaders, but no choice but to do it ourselves.
So you also talk about how in the 1990s, capitalism sort of went around. Everybody was becoming a capitalist. Even in Russia, markets were being opened. The stock market, I think I was in Moscow as the change was happening. The first day the stock market actually got one of the original pieces of currency for trading. But you've also said that turn that capitalism into kleptocratic capitalism, blurring of private business, political office, organized crime. Some people think that's happening here. What do you think are the distinctions here between the kind of capitalism we see in Canada or see here in the United States? Some in the United States think that Canada's universal health care is a socialist country.
Right.
And we have Putin with his form of capitalism. We have Xi with a very autocratic form of capitalism, a country where many analysts once thought, well, as soon as they economically reform, political reform will follow. That's not exactly what happened. So how do you see this landscape?
Well, let me comment on a couple things. First of all, Canada's a socialist country. I used to get that from Americans, and then I would point out that we were lowering taxes, balancing our budget. We did not have a Fannie Mae and a Freddie Mac for engineering our housing sector, and I was passing trade agreements through the Canadian Parliament, often with the support of left of center opposition. So I sometimes wondered who was really the socialist country when I actually looked at economic policy. And by the way, we're talking about this backstage. This is a fundamental change that has occurred in Canada and the United States over the past generation. In Canada, for various reasons, the public, by and large, the consensus is very recently, but by and large accepted the concept of balanced budget because of this. And overwhelmingly accepted and still continues to accept free trade as essential.
Long before Canada and the world.
As the young wife of Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau, Margaret Trudeau captivated the country. She brought glamour to 24 Sussex Drive. They soon had 3 sons, Justin, Alexandre, and Michel. But behind the scenes, Margaret felt isolated and alone. The marriage was crumbling. The media pounced as she made international headlines dancing at New York's notorious Studio 54, or partying in Toronto with the Rolling Stones.
So a lady goes to a rock concert. I don't think she can be faulted for disappointing the Canadian people.
Eventually, they divorced. Years later, they came together in public grief when their youngest son, Michel, died in an avalanche in BC. Justin was
Joining me now is Alexandre. I think it's fair to say, from what I got out of the book, that China is sort of a thing for your family, right? I mean, it started with your father and has been passed on to you. What is it about China that is so fascinating to you personally?
Such an important country. Obviously, I did 15 years making documentaries on geopolitics, so China was often the elephant in the Middle East or in Africa. Chinese are rival in the World Trade Accord. Our rival in geopolitics is so important to begin with, but it's also just an ancient country, the most stable ancient country. The West is so full of cultural, genetic, linguistic, religious changes. It's kind of fun to look at a story that's sort of one could be used today.
Yeah.
But you can do real archaeology of thought.
And sort of mysterious too.
And mysterious. It's also, we kind of forget how dominant the West has been for 5-6 centuries, and therefore everywhere is sort of taking on Western biases. Organized in China, China's a place apart. So once you get into China, you actually look at the West from the outside. So,
what is it about the memories or what your father told you about his experience with China that he passed on to you? Because obviously that's where that fascination started.
There's a good story on that in the preface that I wrote to his book. For him, China was in 49 when he first went. China was going through the end of this huge 30-year-long revolution. And it was very chaotic, quite in the true sense of the word awesome, terrifying, fascinating. So it became sort of the epitome of his, or the crucial moment of his road trip at that time. And we grew up, or at least me, we all did listen to these stories about travel. Just finding wheelbarrows full of cash in China. Because inflation was so rampant. China just sort of stood out as the ultimate destination of travelers. And then it became so important in this world. It was a must.
There's a moment in that first chapter where your father decides that he wants to show you guys the world, sort of, and you want to go to China, but then it's in a moment of upheaval around Tiananmen Square. You beg him to go. You finally get there. You're in Tiananmen Square, and you sort of go a little cuckoo. You and your brother, right? I don't know if it's in Tiananmen Square when you're going up the mountain. Tell me that story.
Well, we were we still are.
Teenagers?
My brother and I, when we get together and just like in the lines, we were one this we're boxing, pushing, throwing our kids around. So we were red bugs, still are. Yeah. And to get us in the province, energetic
you know, my father mostly encouraged that, but at certain times, you know, he had a sense, oh, this is kind of a sacred place for people, you know. And here my boy is just bouncing off the walls, behaving, and you know, and then the added problem to that is we ended up injuring ourselves, like, and so we sort of crippled the next day. And he was like, "You guys are ridiculous." Yeah, he has that side off it, behaving like barbarians. You know, the Chinese see us as barbarians often. You're giving them reason to do that.
You reflect a lot on Confucius in the book and the concept of filial duty, respect for one's parents, which is very different in China than it is in Canada. Maybe indigenous communities it's reflected better, but certainly in Western communities it's not. What is that? What is it about that understanding of the filial relationship that you have taken and that you understand?
There's so much to say about that, but to begin with, it's the notion that, you know, the individual here is all powerful, and all enshrined, you know, for me as well. Barbaric free thinker, you know, and there you really are just a small piece, which is in many ways kind of a more wise way of looking at the world. Yeah, just tiny, you know, insignificant little blips. And there, so your importance doesn't come from, strictly speaking, yourself. It comes from the bonds you have, the services you provide to much larger structures than yourself. It's ancient. It's, you know, it's been challenged now by a newly comfortable Chinese generation. You know, by the fact that all these grandparents are all focused on less children, you know, so they're carrying this weight and rebelliousness there. Yeah. It's a fascinating element of China in a way. And it's something I ultimately have sort of absorbed and taken on. You know, what could be more true? That, you know, what's the only thing really real about us in the long run is what we managed to receive from those who came before and what we managed to pass on.
So how does that inform you and sort of the way you look at what you said in interviews has become sort of almost a monarchist sort of view of, you know, you're sort of viewed as Canadian royalty. So yeah, I know that you don't love that, but that is
they didn't snap out of it. It's not healthy.
Why do you say that?
Because it's we should turn to politics for reasons of ideas. Now there can be an association of ideas through generations and this way. You know, I talk a lot about Montreal.
But it's time now for enhancement. And this is where someone knows about commentate to speak out on controversial issues without the fear of the cancel culture sweeping the rest of it. Now then, Mr. Justin Trudeau has announced an end to a protest inviting countries to Chinese raid against COVID-19 restrictions that has paralyzed the acquisition for a movie. Ultimately, the raid's blockaded by the leaders from the Blue and Free and Queer demonstration, which was started by transatlantic Americans and possibly once separate border, and has morphed into broader protests against the draconian taxes and liberties. While after fleeing the city and going to Hawaii, claiming they'd been trapped in the Trudeau was back slamming the protesters. Here's what he had to say in an emergency preventing the possibilities.
Individuals are trying to blockade our economy, our democracy, and our fellow citizens' daily lives. It has to stop. People of Ottawa would deserve to be harassed in their own neighborhoods. They don't deserve to be confronted with the inherent violence of a swastika flying on a street corner.
And so, Trudeau has been used to blockade his democracy, so division himself. Interestingly, one of his biggest critics, a member of his own family, Justin Trudeau's half-brother, Kyle Elections Mayor. Kyle, absolutely fascinating to talk to you this evening. I know you support the Trumpers, but previously you've always had a good relationship with your half-brother Justin Trudeau as well. So how difficult has that been for family relations?
When they say you can, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. They say you can pick your friends, but you can't pick your family. And I really do love my brother Justin with all my heart. And I'm very grateful to have had him in my life and to be part of my upbringing and the lessons that he's taught me. But I feel like, over the last decade, we've drifted apart and philosophically and politically that are really about fundamental views on liberty and freedom. And, with this COVID stand, whatever you want to call it, it's been 2 years of fear from the brother and the media and the global corporatocracy. Disconnecting people, creating uncertainty, doubt, mental health challenges, division amongst everybody.
Yes.
The tensions have been so high.
Indeed. So why is your brother doing this? Why does he want to seemingly divide Canada? Have you been able to work that out?
Well, I mean, I have my own philosophies on it, but it seems to be that's the script. That is, he is representing a pharmaceutical agenda and a World Economic Forum, Bill and Melinda Gates kind of agenda that is decidedly un-Canadian. It wasn't ever voted on. Canadians never voted for vaccine mandates, and we've been disconnected. And this trucker convoy, most importantly, has created a sense of an opportunity for unity and for people to come together. And make no mistake, what Ottawa isn't hateful, and swastikas are not flying on street corners. That was one photo, never in a crowd. I was cherry picked and then retweeted by the mainstream pharmaceutical media that just pushed this narrative to try and slander the entire movement. But the reality of the streets, I've been talking to instructors, I've been talking to people that are cleaning up the streets, crime is down, they're sharing, there's community, there's dancing, there's high vibration, there's music, and they just want our freedom back. They want the true, strong and free as what Canada's known as.
And I think there's a real irony on a couple of levels. I want to put both of them to you, because the first is obviously your brother Trudeau, big supporter of the BLM movement. We know that they were responsible for all sorts of acts of violence in North America over the past couple of years. Secondly, how do you stack up your brother's view on racism, given his past with blackface?
Right. I mean, he's done some things that I'm sure he regrets and don't necessarily represent him as a person. But it's really kind of telling that those who speak and cast hate onto other groups are themselves representing hate and division. And by trying to dismiss or denigrate a vast segment of Canadians who don't believe the lies anymore. They're done with the fear. They've woken up. They see that this is all a house of cards and lies. They have serious questions around the safety of this, around our children's future, around what is Canada going to become. And this has become a clarion call for Canadians to stand up and say, we demanding our freedoms back, and let's have a discussion. And one of the challenges that I think Justin and the entire pharmaceutical corporatocracy have is you cannot debate. You cannot get into debate in this because your science doesn't stand up to debate. Truth stands up to debate. Lies need to be censored. You need to use fact checkers and disinformation codes and an army to check to propagate the narrative.
Kyle, final question: are you still in touch with your brother?
I haven't talked to my brother in a while, but and to Justin I say, I love you. I'm sorry if I'm causing you harm. Please forgive me, and I'm deeply grateful to you, brother.
Well, you're the brother that I've wanted to hang out with, that's for sure. So please do come back. That is Kyle Kemp, the half brother of Justin Trudeau, a freedom fighter very much.
Chipotle. Okay. Okay. Consent. Sorry.
Joining me every Thursday is the sharpest political commentator and GB News presenter, Calvin Robertson. Calvin started in Canada. The PM there, Justin Trudeau, continues to lie and gaslight by declaring that we stand against tyranny and defend democracy.
Canada, our allies, will defend democracy. We are taking these actions today to stand against authoritarianism. The people of Ukraine, like all people, must be free to determine their own future. We will continue working with our international partners to safeguard Ukraine's territorial integrity and prevent further Russian aggression.
It's a little bit rich to talk about determining their own future and people should be free to decide. When Trudeau was just a few days ago was utilising emergency powers against his own people, even freezing people's bank accounts for donating to the truckers. No court orders, just going through an absolutely devastating this protest with threats and intimidation. I just can't believe you can stand there with a straight face and make these sort of statements.
It's absolutely outrageous for Justin Castro or Justin Trudeau to stand there and say they can remove democracy and stand against authoritarianism. Actually, I'll be accountable for more authoritarian than Russia right now, because these emergency powers that are created are workplace, which are more out of our citizens. In fact, without council, we not just money donated $10 to freedom, freedom protesters themselves. Gaslighting of Justin Trudeau is the best way to stand up to this. Condemning Canada. We're coming straight away because Russia's a release. And it released the country because it's terrorists. Authoritarian countries can actually allies are strong as allies are in Canada. If we don't stand for democracy on a universal scale, we don't stand for Russia's freedom. That's the problem about the defense of
Now, to matters closer to you, there is an inquiry into BBC funding. There seems to be a bit of a problem with the panel. Have a look at some of their declared interests.
My interest is that I was an employee of BBC between 2001 and 2010, therefore a member of their pension scheme.
I'm on the board of TED with Tim Bailey, Director of General at BBC. I appear as a regular panelist at BBC Context, which I'm realizing. I broadcast occasionally for the BBC, for which others have paid.
I was a governor of the BBC. I occasionally make programmes for and appear on programmes on radio and television.
I work with the BBC with the religion department. I've been employed with the BBC and as Director General of the BBC, so 2 months of employment at BBC pension.
When do we expect a thorough and impartial inquiry with the majority of the panel having some sort of BBC affiliation?
This is a little bit interests. Because even on the books of the BBC, somehow request of the BBC, I think that was ignored to the scope of bias. This is why we campaign for so much deeper from the BBC, because I think it was too biased. This is false. So let's take this from once. It's the message of the BBC is very used. What we need to happen. You should refuse yourself in a situation where you tell us who it seems to be gaslighting people. Just to show them what BBC gaslighting the public.
And talking about the BBC, they've got another woke programming idea. You show that you've done Black Big Brother. Tell me why you believe this program is promoting race-obsessed grievance mongering. It's interesting to me. I love looking at reality television.
Once we don't be on it, because it's a really intelligent that people with different living situations and have their own house and different interactions. Like it seems to us one about everybody gives the construction team that kept on how we were doing. It actually looks like one of the filming or one of the circles. It's quite a really intense debate. I really want to. Everybody watches those everybody that we watch each other. And there's no structure to the way there's no shared right. And there's no it's just no people that are doing something. I think that's really disingenuous of the BBC to do that also.
It's funny, you're not black, I'm British, not at all, we're just British. If you have your skin color to the title of the show, you take the division right there. Let's be proud to be British, let's be proud of the United States, let's be known for the certain things such as this, such as our cultural characteristics, so should not go shoot with if you study the culture, most people give it a hate.
Conservative would be outnumbered. Like when we have these programs here, whether it's Q&A or Trump Day, they often have it to conservative, and then you have, all lefties. Throughout the debate. Experience the delicious intensity of excellence.
Today, after careful consideration, we're ready to confirm that the situation is no longer an emergency. Therefore, the federal government will be ending the use of the Emergencies Act.
There you have it. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau confirming his use of the Emergencies Act is over now that Ottawa is trouble-free. However, some suspect that Trudeau may have made the announcement because Canadians are withdrawing money from banks in astonishing numbers. And the Emergencies Act grants the Canadian government the right to free bank accounts.
Right, a run on the banks. Well, Rob Aurora, a writer from Canada, recounts the reach of these banks for bank freezes. Through the story of a single mother who donated only $50 to the convoy and had her account blocked. Rob Aurora joins us now to discuss. Welcome, Rob. So tell us more about this story and what is unfolding. You're there in Canada, you're experiencing everything that's happening. Tell us what's going on.
Yeah, so Trudeau has now revoked the Emergencies Act, and it's quite bizarre. I mean, it was shocking that he revoked it in the first place one day. He said he would extend it to political protesters and left it for fear that they would come back again with these future issues going on in Ottawa. Now he says that revoke these powers, and I think, broadly speaking, it was just a big wake-up call here for Canadians, seeing how quickly a free society has descended to full-on tyranny comes to now fear has been propagandized publicly for the young activists who started out with these protesters who were deep Nazi sympathizers, far-right conservatives, etc. So I usually get people on the ground, one individual who is a local reporter in Ottawa, and he is family immigrated from Chad and Haiti, and so he went to this protest. He brought his mom, who worships the CBC, the state-sponsored media organization in Canada, and she was so shocked to see how friendly people were. She was like, I mean, it's told something else in Canada, but here on the ground, people are so friendly, joyful, loving, they're cooking food, kids are playing on bouncy castles, not far-right extremist hysteria.
So how did this end up working? That we wrote about. So she gave $50 to support the protest, and she goes to Walmart, and goes to the automatic payment set up, just so she gets access to what that. But is there a new process? This is just so
Yeah, I wish Kathy answered my question. Unfortunately not. My local high court parliament here in Marksville, he tweeted this out in last game. He didn't provide specifics because he didn't want privacy to be violated. And we haven't been given any more details like that. But I suppose there's some good news that now they say that banks will not freeze those accounts that were initially frozen. So there's that. But the Ottawa police did still say that investigation of those deemed to be involved in the protest continued for months after the actual protest occurred. So that is still something that is quite dangerous, I think, in terms of government overreach.
Yeah, do you think this is something that's going to stick in people's mind for a long time? It's very unprecedented, new kind of form of cracking down on protesters that now seems to see, there's police can go after protesters, that sort of thing. This is fairly new to say, no, you're donating to a protest, you're going to be doxxed, you're going to have your accounts frozen, all that kind of stuff. How are people dealing with that? This is going to be like a new, I think, this is going to be a new kind of front in the war on civil protest.
Yeah. A lot of Canadians, right, myself, have been shocked at how the difference between a free Western democracy and full-on authoritarian regime was not as big as we like to think. Like, it didn't take much, right? And it didn't take a lot. And Trudeau, he's deeply unpopular. Recent polls show that his support is like cut in half. And I think just for the future, I'm sure variants of COVID come. It's possible Bill might endorse again other things. Protests occur, or crack down more on the unvaccinated. Currently, still we have the unvaccinated and can't leave the country or travel within the country. And just the federal mandates and people, even working from home, like the woman I interviewed who works at a bank, she works remotely and she has natural immunity. She had to get vaccinated to work for her job in her home. So I think all these things that Trudeau has done has happening right now. It's been slowly, kind of gradually building up to this first with the mandates and the federal mandates that took place, and then incentivizing provinces to get vaccination. Now ultimately we're seeing with protests just how eerie and ominous this overreach has been.
Well, Canada has also been another layer of government overreach, and I want to get to that regarding free speech and finding people for hate speech. But before we go there, one thing that I'm curious about is the goalposts almost have moved, not just for the Canadian government, but for the protests as well. It seems like originally these protests were about mandates and cross-border mandates, also domestic travel mandates and mandates for jobs, like you mentioned. But then because the government cracked down so heavily on these protesters, it switched, and it's almost now everyone believed that, well, they got rid of the Emergency Powers Act rather than discussing the point of protest for the mandates. And I get it because the government came in and they cracked down harder and harder and harder, and it was like, well, we need that to be, that's now wrong and that's now wrong, and now we're kind of protesting these other things as well. So where is everybody at with the mandate? Is everybody just like, okay, now we've won because the Emergency Powers Act has been removed?
Please, callers, it's time to submit your claim. Have you attended an Indian residential school community?
No, I'm actually a little bit optimistic here. I see what's happening because with the protests, not enough coverage as it should. Various provincial leaders have said vaccine mandates now. So Quebec, Ontario, Alberta, they've all announced vaccine mandate programs. Some April. Even Quebec, they're right now unvaccinated. Not to Walmart, Costco. There's so many bizarre dystopian regulations surrounding that. Even there, they said, well, okay, vaccine passports no longer serve any kind of public health purpose because like many people know that the vaccination is only about 10% vaccination. That ain't regulation now. And everybody's going to get regardless of vaccination. So provinces how we said that out of this pandemic, they're reopened. So I hope Trudeau now follows but federal mandates now as well. So this has been a victory in some ways, right? We've garnered a lot of attention and bondage, and hopefully Trudeau will as well.
Okay, so let's talk about the bill. This sounds also another layer of dystopian. There's a new bill, Bill C-36, which would actually require Canadians who post what they would call hate speech. It's a very broad term, to pay a fine of $50,000 if they post hate speech, right? Supposedly online on social media. And this legislation, this proposed legislation, would take people to court over that speech, even if they're suspected of being about to post something hateful online. So it seems like an assault on free speech, especially since what is hate speech? And what is this? Is this making news at all in Canada as another, oh my gosh, they're really coming for us, government overreach?
No, this doesn't make a lot of news. A lot of things that should be making news don't make news because we have Mexican state-sponsored media here, CBC, and the coverage of a lot of these things are very slightest or never shows the other side. But with this legislation in particular, it's broad classes of some people feel, but little because of the violation of civil liberties and concerns surrounding free speech. And now they want to reintroduce it through the because supposedly hate speech is on the rise in Canada. It's so dangerous. We have to crack down more on it. But to me, it's just kind of ironic that we're regulate hate speech in this draconian way when Trudeau has been constantly spearing the unvaccinated, calling them racist, misogynist, people who are uneducated, people who should be barred from society, should not be able to travel, visit their loved ones in other provinces, for Christmas, or to work in federally regulated job or vaccine status. So it's just I'm experiencing cognitive dissonance here. He pushes to regulate hate speech when Trudeau is responsible for so much hateful rhetoric and vaccinated.
How did it go forward to try to regulate it before it's even said that it seems impossible?
Yeah, I have the exact same question. And this is one of the reasons why this legislation failed so miserably the first time. Because it was like, how can you ever regulate this? Like, it says that if you suspect that somebody is posting hateful content, they will be penalized in some way financially, otherwise be banned from a certain platform, or their content be taken down right away. But it's so big, I don't know how to implement this content.
And there's no way to decide what counts as objectively hateful and what does not. I mean, it's why you don't have hate speech as like some kind of separate category. So luckily we have a First Amendment which absolutely protects hate speech. There's no Supreme Court recognition for some kind of hate speech that's hateful if it's not protected. Here, usually people on the progressive liberal circle saying, well, right, I support free speech, just not hate speech. And you're like, well, what are you talking about? Speech is free speech. There's no difference between the two. No one's ever came up with one like, this is hate speech, this is not. Maybe practically possible, and I kind of realize that it's practically possible, or just that it's going to be so arbitrarily, stupid, like in their cases, right? Someone posting like rap lyrics online and then getting a hate speech fine, things like that, where it just there's a long negotiation arbitrarily track down, whatever, if it makes the voice that way.
Yeah, I disagree with you, Rob, right? I mean, that's I'm pointing out Trudeau, but he was guilty in the eyes of the people that he's assailing of hate speech.
Yeah, there's so many American people talking to me, like, this really happened in Canada. And I'm like, yeah, this is actually happening. These measures are being taken. And for me, as I wrote about in my essay, it's just so remarkable how the word fascist, authoritarian, tyranny, white supremacy was so loosely used during the Trump years. Yet what's happening right now is more authoritarian or anything Trump ever did. And I know Trump followers like heavily critical of him that once supported him. I thought this presidency was disastrous in many other ways. But when it comes to government overreach, when it comes to authoritarianism, seizing accounts, including insurance of truckers, and freezing the bank accounts for those who involved in protest donated to protests. Like, this is the kind of stuff that people fear Trump. Yet this is kind of what's happening right here. And the media is largely silent on it because of the financial incentives, because of their hiding left lives.
Yeah. Well, Rob, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, it's great to be on. Thanks.
Tomorrow on Rise, we're doing question and Brad will break down how the Supreme Court may suspend regulators' power to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
And Vermont State Senator H.M. Hinsdale is going to discuss the president's executive house.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget the video. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.
See you then.
Super handling all-wheel drive.
Today, after careful consideration, we're ready to confirm that the situation is no longer an emergency. Therefore, the federal government will be ending the use of the Emergencies Act.
There you have it. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau confirming his use of the Emergencies Act is over now that Ottawa is trucker-free. However, some suspect that Trudeau may have made the announcement. Canadians are withdrawing money from banks in astonishing numbers. Canada, the Emergencies Act, Brandon, Canadian government.
Canada has revoked its emergency measures, having used them to crush dissent, but certain financial restrictions will be in place permanently. Hello there, you 5 billion awakening wonders. I know it can be hard to be in this world sometimes. I feel your suffering. We are in this together. We will continue to improve together in spite of evident creeping tyranny across the globe. New convoys are springing up to protest while emergency measures are being slipped into law. And today we want to talk about what's happening in Canada post-convoy. So while Trudeau has been pressured into revoking the emergency measures first proposed, there are slippery little financial movements happening that bring us closer to a kind of technocratic tyranny. We're going to be investigating that in today's video. I want you to know that if you're in the UK, you can come and see me live in March. Coming up soon. I'm going to be in Carlisle, Scarborough, Sheffield, Newcastle's coming up soon. Hull, I was in Manchester last week. That's why the voice sounds a bit funny. If you listen, you can hear I sound a little bit cooler, actually. It's an improvement. So if you want to come and see me, there's a link in the description. Come and get your tickets to see me live. You'll have a fantastic time, I promise you. Now let's get into it. Canada's 3-week-old freedom convoy is nearly over. Every trucker blockade in Canada has been cleared. The mostly peaceful protests against the Liberal government's vaccine mandate for truckers are being broken up by law enforcement. Under Mr. Trudeau's decree, police have been authority to push back crowds on foot with horses, use pepper spray, enter trucks and other vehicles by whatever means necessary to make arrests en masse. That's what they did. So it's just worth checking in there. Push back crowds, use pepper spray, enter trucks and other vehicles, make arrests en masse. Hold that. In December 2020, Mr. Trudeau chided India for its police response to farmers' blockade of Delhi. Let me remind you, he said, Canada will always be there to defend the right of peaceful protest. Oh, okay. Whether or not there are extremist elements to a protest, or indeed any large group of human beings, you can see why it's favourable to amplify that narrative if you want to oppose and shut down any form of dissent. And that's exactly what's happening. Now let's get into the more scary aspect of the story. Even though the emergency measures being proposed have done their job, that's like revoking punching in the face because you're unconscious about it. Revoke punching in the face. Hello? It's been revoked. But certain financial restrictions are set to remain for a lot longer, and there's an eerie precedent that involves WikiLeaks, Assange, and all that stuff. You're going to love hearing about. The Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has revoked the emergency powers he invoked over just a week ago, saying, "We're ready to confirm that the situation is no longer an emergency." Have you noticed how often we're talking in our videos about the use of language? This is terror now, this is misinformation, this is an emergency. Language is being heavily weaponized by the state.
It's more important, most invisible man on earth.
Do you think I need a pump?
I think you need a man.
Canada's Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland wants to make permanent the invasive financial surveillance system introduced as part of the Emergency Act to crush the civil liberties protest. If your name is Chrystia Freeland, don't make your primary function in life to surveil people's private financial affairs. Freeland has announced the initial powers earlier this week to freeze the bank accounts of those who support the protests. This order covers both personal and corporate accounts. What I find offensive about that is it's happening under the auspices of liberal democracy. Okay, we're going to be freezing your bank account. We're just going to be asking them to leave the house again. We're just going to be pepper spraying you in the eyes. How about this? Hey guys, we think it would really help us with these illegal occupations if we had certain measures like to be able to freeze bank accounts. So we put it to vote. Would you like that? Because it's your country, you pay us. Right? They're not doing that, are they? They're just putting those measures in place. That isn't Chrystia Freeland. That's dark crystally tyranny bad.
In terms of the financial instruments which our government is using right now,
If I nod at you like this, perhaps you won't notice what they're proposing belongs to the last century. in terms of centralized tyranny.
To act against these illegal blockades and illegal occupation, we review very, very carefully the tools at the disposal of the federal government.
Good old tools. A tool and a weapon depends what you do with it. This is a tool. What are you going to do with it?
And we used all the tools that we had.
What are these tools? Why are you saying these things are tools? Just some tools. What are these tools? Tools are. You bet things with money. They're not for the rest of your life. It's when you keep your money. I remember reading that. Yeah, with the government, when they campaigning, it's like Trudeau. Hey, I have nice hair. Everyone's included. Which, by the way, I'll tell you quick. Include everybody. Include everybody. Yeah. Hey, guess what? If you fuck with us, we're going to use your tools. Oh, what tools? Hey, tools.
Prior to the Communication of Emergencies Act, and we determined that we needed some additional tools.
We determined we needed additional tools. This is kind of like what the dictatorship is. We determined we needed additional tools. What's democracy? Who's we? What do you mean by determined?
Now, some of those tools, we will be putting forward measures to put those tools permanently in place.
Permanently. We just permanently putting this in place.
The authorities of FinTrack, I believe, do need to be expanded to cover crowdsourcing platforms.
Because I suppose if you look at it, technology can be used in a multitude of ways. We are using it right now to communicate ideas that don't get discussed in the mainstream media, to offer critiques of power that are challenging to what I consider to be the misuse of authority and escalation of measures that are external to democratic processes we've been taught to understand and how to present to us. And like, of course, new technology can be used to bring awareness to ideas, to fundraise, to create relationships. Tools can be used for good, but tools can also be used for bad. And I feel like what they're recognising is, bloody hell, this trucker movement that escalated fast, and they can fund it using crowd platforms, and they can communicate using social media. Oh no, all of our tools of surveillance and oppression are being used to create power for the people. Which, by the way, that's what democracy meant to be. Populism is a shameful thing. Populism means you are in charge of your life. And what they're doing is, oh no, you jolly well know, this is where the old tools come in handy. Tools.
And payment platform and their payment providers.
Can you see the utility and plasticity of technology in this discourse emerging when technology can be used to create digital ID and vaccine passport systems for monitoring and surveillance? Technology could two thumbs up. When technology is getting used to empower people to get people together to create this narrative, to put up an opposition to the government, to prevent what I would consider a big empowerment to kind of role in tyranny, technology bad, two thumbs down, technology down.
That is something that we need to do and we will do, and that needs to be in place permanently.
If you're Canadian, they've just changed your country forever. They've just gone, we can permanently now, when we decide when we need to use our tools, shut down your bank account. So all they have to do, you've seen now what the method is with the trucker protest. This trucker protest, it includes what it needs to do. Oh, we've got these business permanent forever. We're going to shut down bank accounts for everyone. So all they have to do in the future is label anyone they want as being a threat to the ideals that they're setting out. And then the measures are there, ready and waiting. They've just armed themselves.
Some of these other tools, like the sharing of information between law enforcement and financial services, and the requirement of financial services to be reviewing their accounts proactively.
Now we know what the new wave of tyranny looks like. It looks like people with nice haircuts and sort of gently sort of bobbing forward in a chair. Okay, so we're just going to be freezing your bank account permanently. There's nothing to worry about. And Justin Trudeau condemning protests in India will always be supportive of the protests in our country. Well, we can all say that. Very easy to say that. But when that is concomitant to the closure and freezing bank accounts, shutting down crowdfunding, determining whether or not a protest is malign and judging it as such in order to foreclose it. That is literally the building blocks of tyranny. That's what it would look like now. We're sort of idiots, aren't we? You think unless they've got these staff shoes, they can't be tyrants. You'll remember what it was last time now. I'm serious. That's the misuse of power. And if you can't see that because you really like Justin Trudeau's head, then you got to start watching the TV channels.
These are extraordinary measures that we absolutely believe are necessary in the current circumstances.
Oh, it's all right. As long as you absolutely believe it's necessary, I'm not just doing it for a laugh. If you don't really believe it's necessary, oh, you believe it, it's fine. I mean, I suppose that we don't really question is if we didn't trust you.
That are having impact and us having peaceful impact.
Yeah, it is peaceful. Everyone's operating a cell bank. You know, it moves a dust in my bank accounts. See how peaceful they are in their tiny little cells with that thing in the back of their head, holding the formaldehyde pink soap stuff that Neo was in the Matrix. So peaceful, so free, so liberal, so candid.
And the other aspect of the financial tools that I think is being really effective and important is being clear that insurance trusts that participate in these illegal occupations and blockades will be suspended.
All right, we're shutting down from every angle. So those of you that have ever considered that there are conspiracies between the government and financial industry and the insurance is some kind of scam, and that the government just looks for ways to create power and control you, telling you all the time you're free. You're free to do as we tell you. You're free to do as we tell you. To quote the late great Bill Gates. Now you have a further piece of evidence. They shut down the insurance and the trust. They shut down the funding of the process. And they closed down the bank accounts of people that support it. That may be anything, but what it is not is liberal democracy.
We didn't have those tools.
But same tools.
I don't believe that those tools should be part of the toolbox.
Get a bit more good old tools. We just want to hammer home these points and chisel away our freedom and saw away the Constitution and then chainsaw away your spirit and your soul. The world you shut in a dystopia. Well, that sounded okay. There's a lot of tools.
Government in ordinary times, but they are necessary in these extraordinary circumstances.
There's an article from surprisingly and well-known by fascist slavery. And I'm being sarcastic when I say stuff like that. I know Jack could be misled, but it's a joke. I'm from England. The decades-long repression of Julian Assange, in which we leave standing alone, demonstrates how brave neoliberal attacks on dissent have become. While the Obama DOJ Under Attorney General Eric Holder failed to find evidence of criminality after convening a years-long grand jury investigation, the then chairman of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, Senator Joseph Lieberman, succeeded in pressuring financial service companies such as MasterCard, Visa, PayPal, and Bank of America to terminate WikiLeaks accounts and thus banish them from the financial system, choking off their ability to receive funds from supporters or pay their bills. You might think that this is a kind of unprecedented tyranny, but it isn't. There is a precedent, and look at where it comes from. It will chill you to your bones. Lieberman and his neocon allies supported with Amazon to remove WikiLeaks from its hosting services, causing the whistleblower group to be temporarily offline. All of that succeeded in crippling WikiLeaks' ability to operate despite being charged with no crime. Indeed, the DOJ admitted it could not prove that the group committed any crimes. We can't prove that any crimes, but we're going to just do all of the things that we would do if we had proved it doesn't crimes, including putting Julian Assange in prison, apparently forever. Those tactics pioneered against WikiLeaks, excluding dissenters from the financial system. Again, do you see how that's comparable to some of the mandate conversation, the legitimizing of exclusion? You're not allowed in the financial system. You're not allowed in the social system. Coercing tech companies to deny them internet access without a whiff of due process now become standard weapons. Trudeau's government seizes and freezes bank accounts with no judicial process. Seizes and freezes bank accounts with no judicial process. That's Trudeau. How much largesse and goodwill is this geezer's haircut getting that you can start freezing and seizing bank accounts? The charity fundraising site GoFundMe first blocked the millions of dollars raised for the company and announced to redirect those funds to other charities. Oh, thanks. Then refunded the donations when people pointed out, rightly, that their original plan amounted to a form of stealing. They just had a conversation with someone coming out and just redirect things to other charities. Do that. That's not freedom. You can't just say to people that you don't agree with, are fascists and then behave fascistically. When an alternative fundraising site gives them go, raise millions more for the truckers, Canadian courts blocked its distribution. They're like holding their way through freedom. Oh, freedom's really said again. Get the tools! Get the tools! You're going to need a couple of tools to get freedom. What is much notable, though, is that this alleged criminality is not adjudicated through judicial proceedings. No judicial proceedings, forget democracy, forget justice. These are like literal pillars that prevent tyranny. Well, how are we not going to have tyranny? Well, I suppose you can have it that people can kick people out of government and you can't introduce measures without the consent of people. Right, get out of the way. Also, what else? People could have judges and juries and people hearing both sides of the story, get rid of that. So you can see how the culture, the political landscape starts to co-align and create templates into atmospheres of guilty until proven innocent. Or as long as things look right and they're saying the right type of words, then you can shut people down. If people don't look right, and they don't. It's a bizarre inversion of the classical prejudice and bigotry that I pray that we had left behind. Without the accompanying protections of judges, juries, rules of evidence, and requirements of due process, but simply by decree. When financial service companies choked WikiLeaks back in 2010, they justified it by pointing to the government's claim that the group was engaged in crimes and therefore in violation of the rules of the platforms. And now the Canadian truckers have been magically transformed into criminals without the inconvenience of a trial. So all you have to do, if you don't like what someone's saying, is assure that they are regarded as criminals, and then what they are saying is devoid and negated, diluted, condemned, removed. So you can see that that's an important piece. Oh no, there'll have to be a trial to prove that they were criminals. Or we just say they're criminals, shut it all down, and move on with the compliance of the media that just bombards you and amplifies that message. But yeah, that was against it. Last June, PayPal announced a new partnership with the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, whereby the liberal activist group would identify individuals and groups whose ideology is, in the eyes of the ADL, extremist. This would enable not only PayPal but financial services companies around the world to then terminate their accounts and exclude them from the financial system. Because of their gigantic network effects and economies of scale, there is no viable alternative when the whole industry works together to deny you access. Kicking people off social media deprives them of the right to speak in their increasingly online world. Locking them out of the financial economy is worse. It deprives them of the right to make a living. We've seen how cancel culture can obliterate one's ability to earn an income, but now the cancelled may find themselves without a way to pay for goods and services. Previously cancelled employees who would never again have the opportunity to work for a Fortune 500 company, at least have the option to go into business for themselves. If they cannot purchase equipment, pay employees, or receive payments from clients and customers, that door closes on them too. So, again, with the trucker protests and with the subsequent measures, we have to open our minds wide enough to include the possibility that these measures might find application in subsequent protests or in subsequent systems of opposition. We have to be aware that once a government has that degree of control, it rarely yields it. We have to observe that we are living in a unique time, that whatever you think about the pandemic, it is being used to increase power and control in important ways that may never again be undone. This is an important time for you and for me to stay wide awake and watch. And what we're going to need to do is come together, overlook superficial, cultural, political, religious, ideological differences in order to stand firm, strong, and demand that ordinary people have access to the means of power. This means we have the right and indeed the necessity to disagree with each other. That means that there has to be conflict. Because if you go, oh, good, I don't, yeah, cancel that, but get rid of them, it's going to be you. But here comes the chopper. The blade comes ever closer. Be very, very careful about people without disagreement. Very careful about which judgments and condemnation we fall in line with. Like these systems of coalescing and working in unison and create an ever-encroaching technocratic dictatorship that, as the conspiracy theorists have always told us, will become a centralised global government. So therefore, I suppose we should be considering localised power, new forms of confederacy, the demands for democracy, the refusal to accept some of these measures that are being brought in. But that's just what I think. What are you thinking?
Let me know in the comments below. Give me a thumbs up, subscribe to my channel, pass this stuff around. You need to be involved in this conversation because it's a very, very important part, in my opinion. If you enjoyed this video, have a look at this one or this one, come and see me live on tour. There's a link in the description. Sign up to my mailing list if you want to, but most of all, by God, stay free.
Not good folks. One place new, one place drive off, extra strength.
We're coming on the air with breaking news, and a rare thing we haven't seen in this administration so far: a world leader targeted with sanctions. Yeah, the U.S. slapping those economic penalties on Russian President Vladimir Putin. We're going to tell you what it means, whether it really is mostly symbolic, and it just feels like we're going to take it live inside Ukraine, where the Russian military is closing in on Kyiv. Tens of thousands of people trying to escape the violence, and NATO says they're calling more troops to defend NATO allies. Plus, inside Russia, big-name celebrities and ordinary folks alike are all protesting in a way that's almost unheard of in Russia. So, isn't it typical? History here in Washington. The first round of women selected to serve on the Supreme Court. The president got in, and the official Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson today. We've got new reporting on what it means to have confirmation go ahead and a timeline for how fast you can happen. Also breaking tonight, brand new federal guidelines from the CDC about when you have to wear a mask. The answer? Almost never. We're going to explain the thinking behind this big shift. And things getting a little bit testy today behind the bill. Where the former Donald Trump Jr. is accused of the January 6th committee of hijacking for an interview and the rare response from the Hey, I'm Anna, and we're starting with those new sanctions on Russian President Vladimir Putin and on his foreign minister Sergei Lavrov. We've been talking about this, the possibility of this. This was a significant tool the president's arsenal. He chose not to use during this crisis until now. The White House explaining the thinking here. Listen.
That we're doing in alignment and in coordination with the Europeans to send a clear message about the strength of the vision to be in the direction and his leadership.
U.S. Secretary of Energy today, America's cut off access as best they could to Putin's money by freezing his financial assets. And the U.S. sanctions will include kind of a travel ban on the Russian president. There's more to this. We're going to get to Ukraine and Lviv in Ukraine in just a second, but let's get to Mike Pence. First, look at the White House. So, men, are these sanctions mostly symbolic or do they actually continue? That's part of it with the White House and the president. Specifically, the last 24 hours. You mentioned SWIFT, so for folks out there, it's this international banking system essentially, and there's this discussion of whether to try to cut Russia off from that. What other options are on the table here for even more punishing sanctions for the U.S. to deploy as we look to see how they're going to get closer to the Ukrainian conflict? Looks like Mike Pence last time was president. Talk more about that.
does not mean that soldiers are going into Ukraine. The U.S. is treading heavily on allies if needed.
We stand ready if we to support the armed offensive violence. We absolutely do.
Looking at video of Russian tanks. The U.S. thinks Russia's military has already launched more than 200 missiles. There's making a caveat to this starts to be is a senior American intelligence researcher from this news the Russian military is actually finding more resistance from Ukraine than it expected. So taking a lot to Ukraine, the troops are fighting, as we're talking about, to keep control of Kyiv. And check this out, the aftermath of the attack on the border it was hit by an airstrike. This is what's happening. You are looking at what it's like. U.S. officials warned the Russian military that it would take the city of so now, what do you think people in Kyiv are doing? Yeah, they're packing train stations. They are looking to get ages 18 to 60, Ukraine told them God stayed. Ukraine's president telling some stories that I have found surprising. He says there's more than 100 people, more than 300 so far in this country, and he's in a kind of dangerous spot. His Ukrainian intelligence told him he's target number one for the Russian military. How very is it? What you are seeing so far is heading into turns into, it starts to get determined more than where you are. I know you're talking, for example, of train stations in DC.
Amazing juxtaposition of soldiers having to defend walking the train, on the train, we disbelieve that this is happening. There should be speak to people outside. When you go on fight, if you do anything, right? Are you afraid? Just So it's one of those things that people can identify. They can think about protect that. Listen to your voice. They would love to say that. It's not any there is a sense here in the vehicle, 50 miles from the vehicle. So, the hope is that the Russians want to move on this city because it's at the other towards now. Nobody knows. Nobody knows because nobody expected to see this. These surreal pictures of Russian forces moving in.
Well, that reality coming into my city, you and I talked like exactly 12 hours ago. Early morning my time, midday my time, and airways on shows people getting into shelter essentially. You talk about how you're close to the villages, but there's this attention and concern, and it's very priceless for everything else. Can you talk a little bit about that and about, the question I've gotten today, I'll be honest, just from people that I've I want to know what you're doing to stay safe. What you have a girl that you're doing to make sure that you're okay as this fighting is going on.
So, so we spoke, so you told us, the area says, and the other thing that we noticed was that we tried to go watch the group walk to a bunch of the restaurant. 2 days ago, we sat at the restaurant. We have some provisions here. We quickly realized we need to do better. So we headed off to the grocery store. We have to possibly be in the line of fire, then you would be hearing these air raid sirens. And I think they mentioned the fact that you have new trains in Kiev fleeing this violence that we see on the streets. When you arrive here some 350 miles away, you're so close to the border, and then there's air raid sirens. So it feels like movements from Ukraine. And again, you know, in these wars, in these situations, that there was just so many other ways that the lives of these things are just for example, isn't the government here? There's a second issues with the wall, and they can only bring a small bag of water. So they're basically making it go for it. It's
President Biden, nominated the first black woman Brown Jackson,
My greatest claim reflects the full talent and greatness of our nation, and a nominee of extraordinary quality.
She's confirmed Judge Jackson, only the sixth woman to step around black justice. I love this country and the Constitution, and my commitment to upholding the rule of law and sacred principles on which this great nation is founded will inspire future generations of Americans. Today's nomination will come 2 years to the day after President Biden apparently confidently and wants to nominate a black woman over his nominations. So let's talk about what's next. Here's a great time for confirmation. And looking at a flow, do we love flow charts? And looking at a flow chart here, right? Here's what goes down. She fills out a questionnaire. She's got to give it over to the Senate Judiciary. She then turns over documents to be looked at by attorneys. She meets with senators. That's going to be something we will watch unfold. You know, live on cable TV, supposedly just the Judiciary Committee hearing will close, and assuming that they pass her, then it goes to the full Senate. She needs a simple majority. The process is not going to be necessarily that simple considering it is a divided Senate. Pete Williams, we're so glad to have you on set of this thing. Can we pick up there with the confirmation process? Because you heard the president reference, okay? She has been confirmed for positions on lower courts and other commissions with bipartisan majorities. And Democrats are like, that's a simple. You liked her then, and essentially, why don't you hopefully like her again now? It is unlikely to be that simple.
It is unlikely to be that simple. Here's where she is now. By the way, she's been working different cases.
She never worked today. Do you think she might have taken out the person today?
Well, she's a three-judge panel. She also did a testing. And she's already been through that process and was confirmed just 8 months ago with 3 votes. So, you know, and she hasn't really had any truly significant decisions as an appeals judge. So the questions they really asked her are the same questions they could have asked her 8 months ago, mostly about
on a much bigger and wider stage. We're talking about confirmation hearings. There will be broadcast live. There will be special coverage. There is a much more intense spotlight on this.
Yeah, and I think it feels for some justice is taken more seriously and looked at more detail than other for appeals.
You mentioned some of the decisions that she's being asked, right? Not just the district court, but talk to us about it because I think it's helpful for people as we look ahead what's to come. Which will be these confirmation hearings, these meetings, etc. She's going to get asked about some of these rulings. What should we know about things like that?
So I suspect the most high-profile recently was a decision by appeals against her. She is not going to the January 6th committee. That was a unanimous decision by the Supreme Court. So I don't think she'll be asked much about that. She may be asked about decisions when she was for example, she ruled not congressional testimony from the Senate Judiciary Committee about decision which said, you know what, it's not for the courts to decide that question, it's ultimately a political question, but that only the righteous can power which one will be.
she's had some wars against the Trump administration. She ruled that was one. Another was on the other side. She filed a lawsuit against the Trump administration. So, she's got a lot of decision views that I'm sure that
We just started talking to me that I need to that's a really unique set of characteristics she brings. And a lot of it's a different lived experience from her background, from what she represents to sort of the country and to her speech of White House.
right. So the diversity that the president is talking about is obvious. She's one of the longest also in the sense of that she would be the first person to significant experience defending independence since Thurgood Marshall, who retired from the years ago. And she also started the U.S. sentencing commission, which recommends the sentencing policy. She talked today about an unusual thing about her parents were public school teachers, her mother was an administrator, her father became a lawyer for the school board. She had a lot to do with police chiefs. She had never got in trouble for dealing with drugs, suspecting drugs. And I had all the sentence that we wrote to her. And she was a lawyer, so she was appointed to a law firm. Ultimately, he was part of that. And since died. But, that's an unusual experience. Her experience as a public defender, seeing criminal justice at the retail level is something that none of these other justices have.
What's she like? What's the word around Washington about how she would fit in?
Well, she'd be very different from Stephen Breyer for all the obvious reasons. The other thing is, she's going to be young. She would be the second youngest. She would be the second youngest. Maybe just turned 50 last year. So presumably she'd be on. So as the newbie on the court, I think it will take her perhaps a little longer to settle in. She won't bring that to her, like Tom says, at home. So like her in the court. But all throughout her life, she's been well-liked. She was the mayor of her junior high school. She was the student body president of her high school. She was an editor of the Law Review. She had all sorts of she met a professor, surgeon here in Washington. And this fun fact about her, one of the people who spoke at the original proclamation of the district court was none other than Paul Ryan, the former Republican speaker, because he and she are distantly related through in-laws.
It was one of those twists of fate in Washington. And as you were talking about, you talked about flow chart, right? What was next in the process? The White House official was telling us that she will be capable of moving into Senator's next week. What do you think about that?
And she will do that with a smile face, and they all say they just made it.
We'll see it. We'll see it.
It's a ritual they all have to go through. I'm sure it's like she absolutely love it, but they all tell us later it's awful.
So appreciate you getting to this topic. So it's really good. And I'm sure to get a lot of this process. Listen, CDC is just updating its mask mandate. It's good news. Most of you can ditch them. Of course, there is a catch. The agency says they're only recommending you get rid of your mask if no hospitalizations no longer you live. Do I have to tell you this is a big deal? It's a big deal, right? Because it's a place this country has not been in for a while. The last time the CDC changed its mask guidance was back in July. But now you have COVID cases going down pretty dramatically. All but 30 states are seeing a drop of at least 25% in new cases. Check out your story, take a look at where the world is going. We're seeing something like 750,000 cases a day. 75,000 hospitalizations are also down 44% across the country. So the agency behind the scenes, based on reporting, has been working for weeks to come up with new guidelines. And their announcement comes. The states are trying to look on the data side because already we've seen states around the country dropping using their mask mandates. Dr. John Torres helps break down this new guidance from the CDC. Dr. John, do what you do so well in plain English for me. When do I need to wear a mask indoors and when don't I not want to do this?
Because they did last do the recommendation back in July, but at that time they were using cases as metrics, cases and positivity rates. Well, now fast forward to this time frame, and what they're saying is it's really hard to use cases as the metric because Omicron has kind of put a wrench in those works, and so hospitalizations, and looking at the amount of beds in hospitals that are taken up by COVID patients. In other words, with some pressure on the hospitals, and using that as the metric. So what they're saying here is they're dividing it into three groups: low, medium, and high. If you're a low and medium group, for most of us, they're saying you do not have to wear masks indoors. Medium, if you're high risk, talk to your doctor about whether you should be wearing a mask anyway. But when you hit that high area, that high area of risk because of the hospitalizations and the beds that are taken up, they're saying everybody should start wearing masks indoors. And so that's a big difference. The metric they're using, and they're giving us a little better guidelines along the way. And I think if you look at it, the important thing to remember is we are still 74,000 cases. We are still 1,700 deaths a day, unfortunately. But the big change here is the fact that over 70% of the country has some immunity to COVID, and the fact that this Omicron seems to be a little less dangerous than the other variants, and that's certainly helping out.
Because that is what you do on planes, right? Because there is a massive mandate for federal transportation. It expires in a few weeks. You now have this flight attendants that is pushing back, saying, you know, they want that to be extended, basically. Is it too soon to talk about masking on planes, masking on trains, etc.?
You know, I think it's too soon to a certain extent for a very certain reason, and that's mainly because of what's happening on the international stage. It's hard to separate just domestic flyers happening domestically and those coming in from other countries. And in other countries, the mask mandates around the world cover airplanes everywhere, including transportation pretty much everywhere. And so I think that's one of the reasons people keep it here. Plus, you know, it's hard to judge who's on their vaccination rate, who's staying on there, even though they're sick, you know, those two guys problems, and you are in close quarters, both at the airport, on the airplane, or at the train station, or the trains. And so I can see them pushing that back a few weeks or 3 more months until we get these cases even more under control. And then possibly doing the same thing up at low, medium, high risk clients here. But again, remember, this is a global stage. And globally, there's still a lot of COVID out there, and so we need to make sure we protect ourselves.
Sarah, I'm going to give a question. I think the CDC is making the right call here, but
I do think they're making the right call. Number one, because people are a bit fed up with wearing masks. We've been doing it for 2 years, and so I think they're getting that message to states and local governments that are really, you know, saying mandates to be withdrawn. And so they're pushing it to the local level, which I think they need to do giving them good hard guidance, saying here are the specifics, here are the metrics, and here's what we think you should do with those metrics. Because I think that's going to help a lot. Both getting people not to wear masks as much, but also realizing what they need to put them on.
January 6th, interviewed Donald Trump Jr.'s partner today behind closed doors, and it seems like things got a little dramatic. Maybe things went a little south. I think we may have to do next actually get our testimony behind the scenes of that. Plus, the Northeast getting accountable by a dangerous right now. Tens of billions of alerts. More on that. So today, the House January 6th committee was all set to interview another big name, former President Donald Trump's kid. She's a Republican operative. She's the fiance of Donald Trump Jr. She was set to voluntarily go in and talk to the committee, but hang on. Went up in flames. Who's apparently Guilfoyle's attorney released a statement saying the committee members tried hijacking the interview. Her attorney says they want to use Guilfoyle as they describe as a political weapon against Mr. Trump. Guilfoyle, the reason the committee wants to talk to her is because this issue is involved with the committee with the Stop the Steal rally on January 6th. She spoke at the event before the conflict. Garrett Haake is turning us down. What's also interesting, Garrett, is we actually got a statement from the committee about this. This is like, in the context of like Washington, it's kind of a dramatic thing.
Yeah, but in working good parts, the committee doesn't talk about their interview process. It's just not how they work. So it was a bit of a lift to even find out who Guilfoyle was coming in today for an interview, not a full deposition, but an interview. And a few hours after she came in, her lawyer put out this statement that she tweeted out that all kinds of interesting detail in it. The idea that she says they were negotiating with her at the top, but she only wanted to talk to staff, she didn't want to talk to members. Then the whole thing got blown up when members showed up. They accused her of leaking. I mean, it just went on, and ended with this idea that somehow her appearance was being used for political attacks. And then he came out and said, I found
She spoke there on the day of the insurrection. There's actual, I'm blanking on the phrase of like a lot of heat and a lot of conflict. There's heat, there's noise, but it's what would actually matter.
Well, Jennifer's embedded in the truth. She's Donald Trump Jr.'s fiance. She's a major fundraiser for the RNC. She is a pro-Trump super PAC. By the way, she was there at the White House at Eclipse on January 6th. So the idea that she would come in and talk is about as close to Trump personally as anything that we've seen. So far, even starting to cooperate with the committee, there's a lot she might potentially be able to tell them.
Any other actions we're watching over the next few days?
We continue to see folks like me today with the two Georgia representatives in this alternate right first piece of the puzzle also came in and their depositions today. The committee's out to the folks who are this alternate electoral plot from 7 different states. They're trying to figure out what level of coordination there were between the states and the Trump candidates. It's going on pretty quietly, but it's definitely something still on right now.
Fahrenheit 5 plus still a million degrees, not just 45 months of the time. There's real concern for cyber attacks and strikes and rates of the government by countries trying to protect itself and cyberspace. Chinese scientists are revealing that she told 4 million galaxies. Details. Watching what's happening in Ukraine and some people in Russia and protesting against their own country was a serious crisis. No one's got that. People are saying they agree with the new social media platform. From association over 5 days, I've seen BTC well back to go and one. It stops bouncing back second night tonight after we got out to a pretty rocky start. Down 1.8 points, making it the best day in the market since late 2020. Investors are kind of heads this week trying to figure out what the financial risks would be that could be for Russia's invasion. Two folks in the Middle East are dealing with heavy snow, lots of ice, and fish shots. Huge winter storm makes its way in the area. Right now, some buildings are raised on time to drive on, some schools and cruise outlets in Tampa. Hundreds of flights were canceled today. Eventually, we were back to the Republican Senator Jim McConnell said he is retiring at the end of the week. The announcement sets the stage for a special election in November. Somebody told police he could fill out the rest of his term as chief of staff. He's already said no luck this year. For a huge NFT sale suddenly canceled. No reason, no reason why. It's a crypto auction. There's only 104 these digital art pieces. It's expected to bring in $30 million in sales this week. 25 minutes after the game was supposed to start, the sale was called off. No word yet on why. We don't know. A new map of the night sky shows more than 4 million galaxies and things in space. There are only 3 things that didn't know existed. This is really cool. Just 2 international scientists to map out the corner of the blue sky. Astronomers say it's a pretty impressive picture of how it works. What's the goal to understanding it? Stage a coup against their own president, but in his own country, Putin's country received the fines that you almost never see in Russia, like the minutes. Russia's has grounded Ukraine, no border peace on the cabinet, and a petition for countries. There's this thousands of testing cities announcements. 600 people walk around Sanchez's territory. This doesn't happen all the time in Russia. These people who are protesting face serious consequences. Yet this may be a kind of tipping point as a place.
Potential consequences if you go out on the streets and protest against the government, and especially if you do it at a time of war. And it is a sign of the strength of feeling that these people both last night and tonight went out and did. We saw very large protests across the country in 50 cities last night. Tonight, much smaller protests, mainly in St. Petersburg. But people went out, and one woman in St. Petersburg holding a placard, it said, "Peace for Ukraine and freedom past, the U.S. rescue prosecution and a criminal record that will follow you for a long time. It would make it very difficult to get a job going forward, and yet people felt strongly enough like that and did it anyway.
What about the social media sphere, right? Because you are seeing people use that or try to use that or want to use that to get whatever to get
Yeah, so Russia is not as censored on social media as China is. There is freedom to online and plastic files. The prosecutor general of Russia has. They are planning to make moves on Facebook to shut down the second here at the NBC Bureau in Moscow. There's obviously very much up on it, but it does look like critical voices are going to be shut down. And we will be keeping a very close eye to see what we can say on Facebook in Russia.
There's also the Republic state. It's the Republic state for the year, and we'll take it to hospital. And I hope they're going to get paid. It's already
Yeah, it's really significant to see these people moving in. That's coming up. Jim Roberts stated that Harry Burke is an institution that's here in Russia. And what this shows you is that even people in the Russian elite are pretty shocked by this. People have lived under Vladimir Putin for 22 years now. They knew him. They knew that he is someone who's risk averse. And yet he not only is going ahead with this invasion, he's ready to make Russia do what he would do. He is going ahead with the most maximalist version of this invasion. Attacking Ukraine from all directions, and it is not clear to people in Russia what the end game is here, what the exit strategy is here, and whether their sons, their brothers, their fathers are going to be fighting in Ukraine for a long time to come without any clear objective.
You talk about that. You talk about that message the president was sending the Ukrainian military tanks. Basically, like, hey, stage a coup against the Ukrainian president and let's get him negotiate. But his troops are headed to Kyiv. He's getting closer to Kyiv at any point.
Yeah, this appears to be an effort to strengthen his position at the negotiating table by advancing on the battlefield. And it may also be an attempt to try to how the Ukrainian military and the Ukrainian public, you have Russian states that which have been denounced Zelensky's government as a bunch of drug addicts and neo-Nazis and told the military table, look, I'm going to negotiate directly with you.
The NATO Secretary General, even though down that if Russia does do something like launch a cyber attack against Kyiv, I don't know, give it an absolutely true which does attack against the ones that attack against and so NATO reserves the right to decide just a big cyber attack.
Position by me, you potential that was spending the invasion of fighting against the UN.
This one's just different. Saying today they have indications that this cyber attacks against the United States. This is one of the real concerns of Russian actions in cyberspace and social media. They just talk about Facebook is Facebook and Twitter were sending out warnings to users in Ukraine to close or block their accounts to protect themselves from Russian hackers. Candidly, it's all over the whole thing. So let me start with what is cyber attack. Significant commercial data is able to fight against cyber attacks against allies, against data assets. What is Russia really doing?
Now, Russia is capable of incredibly destructive acts in cyber. This was believed, for example, Russia could shut down states. It's kind of a mystery to me why they have already arrested more successful Ukraine so far. 2015 Ukraine, Russian cyber attack.
Okay, everyone, it's done.
Sí.
Do you know what I like about this new digital book? It's the every morning it sounds so benign and helpful. Here's a fellow called Neil Palmer.
See if I can get some videos apparently on there if I have that should be from on office shelters in Kiev or also going to the underground sheep.
Yesterday, I was talking to you about the World Economic Forum's infiltration of government. Their members from the Global Young Leaders Program, Klaus Schwab, in particular, giddy about being able to fill half of Kansas County with their members. This video clip from 2018 happened to begin trending online.
The Federated Digital ID Ecosystem developed in collaboration with the best of Grace Capital, who are banks, telecommunication companies, law enforcement, and government. We would have the power and security to store every communication. Nowadays, that can feel very offensive. Take you one less drive off extra strength up to 8 hours every day. Right through the air, safely, quickly, and securely, while only retrieving the information necessary for each transaction. A fast, easy, and secure way to pay. Sign up for government services, including driver's licenses and health cards, shop, travel, and more. Canada's banks are perfectly situated to help lead the creation of a federated digital ID system between government and the private sector. The World Economic Forum agrees that banks and financial institutions should lead the path forward for digital ID.
Yeah, trust the World Economic Forum that banks sit down for the right people to help keep our data safe and secure. The WEF and banks are quite literally the world's wealthiest and elite, and the track record doesn't exactly prove they have the best interest of average people in mind. Now look, digitizing certain information is without a doubt convenient. I love being able to leave my house without my purse, knowing my credit cards are stored on my phone for unexpected trips to 7-Eleven. And I'm sure there are a number of benefits from moving to digital identification that they, the owners, they use to sell us on. And let's start there. The owners, they. Why are they actively pushing for this concept of a digital society? Usually advancements in technology happen naturally as the more people adopt the new thing they all think becomes a relic. For example, neither the government or banks or elite came out advocating for me to switch from cassette tapes to CDs and then on to MP3. None of the elites have told me I must use my NFL wallet rather than carry around my plastic cards. People either adopt the new advancement or they don't. No one's being forced into it. Some people can still carry around cash and then even use one to live on Apple Pay. What's odd about digital identification system is that rather than just rolling them out and letting those who want to use them use them, it's being advocated for by bankers and elites and pushed for by the World Economic Forum, not as a choice, but as a requirement. We're hoping governments adopt a federated digital identification system rather than private companies offering it as a convenience. And this is getting a lot of people very uneasy about paying. So there's the obvious benefits of digitizing the birth certificate, social security card, bank cards, and other important documents. If there's ever a fire or things get stolen, and efforts online, most of us keep our money in the bank with some sort of benefit. If somebody were to break into my house with something, I could find my entire life savings laying around in my bank. And I'm sure there was some level of resistance back in the day when companies wanted to start cutting checks to their employees rather than paying them in cash. I'm sure there were plenty of people who were skeptical of it and didn't want to have to enter their money to a bank. So I understand there's natural levels of resistance cash. I suppose I could do it, and it's forcing me to cut checks for a deposit. But when something's being federated, the choices begin to dwindle. As it is currently about 1 billion people around the globe have no form of identification, no way to prove who they are. Births are unreported. They've never registered with the government's auto records departments if the government even have them at all. We get into enormous debates in this country about using IDs to vote. The reason being, many people without official government IDs. Lots of people currently can't fly and claim because they lack a multiple real ID. And since lots of birth certificates or other forms of necessary ID to secure one, so a lot of people are ready to disenfranchise because they lack an official form of government identification. It isn't just about voting or traveling. It's about opening bank accounts, registering for social services, and renting an apartment. Of course, those who advocate for a digital identification system claim that the digital ID will solve many of these problems. If your vitals and attributes are on record, such as fingerprints or facial recognition, then the government will always know who you are and eliminate the loss of the system. It will also always know where you are, what you buy, who you visit, where you travel, which medicine you take, what you're allergic to. They might want to use digital identification before you can log on to the internet so they can know which websites you're using social networks. And I'm sure for me, this will all be done not only for convenience, but for safety, let's say. And don't worry, I doubt anyone will hack your records and screw things up, like, for example, switch your allergies, medications, or make it look like you visited some nefarious website that inevitably lands you on a domestic terrorist watch list. I doubt the government will use this digital identification to prevent you from entering bars and restaurants, traveling, or getting a job without complying with the mandate that everybody's issued. I'm sure the government won't want to use this federated digital identification system to implement a social credit system where the goodies in society get harder than the baddies. Don't worry, these are all conspiracy theories. And we all know that conspiracy theories have been completely wrong about absolutely everything during this pandemic. See, you have nothing to worry about. And the bank-based system we all have to adhere to that follows the guidance of the World Economic Forum's Great Reset agenda that will be monitored by the government. Nothing to worry about. So this was just interesting. It happened to trend online. And it's just, again, one of those examples of, the World Economic Forum has this Great Reset agenda, and you say it out loud. Folks say, have websites, they have to say, you own nothing, but you'll be happy. And then the bank guy comes up and says, we're going to do it. We want to do a federated digital ID system, and the World Economic Forum thinks it's a good idea. And this is causing people to go, what? I don't think so. Well, I don't understand why you can't just remain hegemonic and agree with this one being the libertarian, but the federated system is very different than just like I mentioned Apple, right? Having my wallet on my phone and being able to sort of now choose which credit card I'm going to use on my phone. That's one thing. That's a private sector doing something convenient for the consumer, but a federated ID, that's like a whole different layer.
Yeah, and then where does it go from there in terms of, what the government requires you to do with that, or, again, so those are three various places. I mean, what we've seen with the vaccine stuff, right, is that these are before vaccines on getting immigration status checks, forcing businesses to check the immigration status of their employees. I was totally against that sort of before vaccines, and it's just John's not, and we just have to have a principled opposition to this kind of thing at all. Like, no more saying that it's an ID to take to do things. Yeah, I mean,
right? And so this can be used as a system of control. This makes it easier to control change laws, to change the law correctly, and that creates a protective balance. This does the actors of the laws. We can
digitizing. I use a lot of stuff in my life that people are like, why are you actually use that? Like, again, it's my choice, and I can always, I don't have to use it. I suddenly feel uncomfortable, right? Like, maybe they don't know who it was, and I was listening to my conversations or something. But yeah, I think that maybe once this does start to become part of the actual agenda, which I think it might, quicker than we anticipate, I don't think we could actually, so of course, the government has to catch up, that's not get to that point, but like, you mentioned Ryan, like this bank mentions of the banks are the ones that actually end up being in charge of it, and then they say, well, we've already got the security infrastructure, so we'll roll it out, and then the government just gets to regulate it, and that's really scary.
Just one more situation where people that have security reasons to back up the right track.
That's why I can't get my Instagram because I took back from international data and I'm not paying for my
Instagram's telling me at TikTok it's got to don't be the money, don't be the back end. Okay, thank you, Kim. I'm mobilizing my efforts.
There is a Swedish study that shows that despite the change in climate, this doesn't affect vaccine. Literally, most people eat the seeds and it's converted into DNA and it also increases the expression of the reservoirs proteins, which is an enzyme in blood cells, mostly present in dividing cells. And that
told you you weren't coming out of bed.
What?
I told you you weren't coming out of bed.
I fell asleep on the couch.